guess I don't need timestamps, huh? Can you edit our thing? Remove. There we go. Oh, we got it fixed. We got it fixed now. Let us mute this so I can unmute this, and then new window. All right, guys, got you on the left side. Let's see what's going on. All right, we're working on the third to the last spread. Trying to see about kind of fixing this. No, her chin is a little more pointed than it should be. So it's kind of got to match or stay consistent with the other images. And that just seemed a little too long and pointed. All right, guys. Let's put a softness on these edges. So this is my first Sunday off in a long time. Okay, I did want to watch this.
I wouldn't call these things objective.
All right, Paul Talk.
Comparisons are odious, but they can also be useful. Here is a recent drawing by a guy, I'll call him Giga.
Hey, King Fortnite, how are you doing today?
Trying to learn drawing.
Thank you so much for the emotes, guys. Hope you're having a good day. King Fortnite. We're enjoying our Sunday since we have it off from work. Finally, first Sunday, and I don't know how long I've had off from my day job. Hey, Max Design Pro. Congratulations on 300 subs. Thank you very much. Yep, it's been a long time coming, and it just now it's down to $2.99. So congratulations on going down to $2.99. US Anifer, USA Nafor. I'm totally probably butchering that. Russian, don't speak or read Russian. So you would have to translate that. Sorry, this is a very English-centric channel. I don't have any opposition to other languages, though. I just won't understand them. Was I your first view? First view in chat for this stream? Yeah. If that's what you mean. But yeah, it looks like I dropped one, so I'm not exactly at 300. Yeah, it happens. I don't know if that's like a YouTube mistake or people do that. They just subscribe and then they unsubscribe. So I'm not gonna get bummed out about it. Good thing I didn't make a big deal of it, though. I didn't make a big deal about 300. Even though I saw that and I was like, oh, that's pretty nice. Made 300. It just kind of crept up on me. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see if it continues to grow. What am I doing here? What happened? Oh, due to this loud scraping sound. Okay. Just watching some other live streaming YouTuber. But well, I guess the book is getting delayed because I took too long on these drawings. So, and the publisher does have a schedule, I'm sure, for as far as printing books. So, since I wasn't able to get these done soon enough, that means we'll be pushed back in the queue. But this time around, they didn't give me enough time from when they asked me to do this. So honestly, I don't. Well, it wasn't that they didn't give me enough time. We didn't start soon enough. So for the first book, I started. The timeline was pretty similar, but I started a lot sooner. In the year. This time I started around mid-December, and the first time we started like mid-November. And the first time around I got these done. What was it? Sometime the end of January, early February. So that gave them enough time to get things set up for the printers. But since we started mid-December, I'm barely gonna get these done. Hopefully, if I can get these done in the next few days, but that would have been about the same amount of time as the first time around. Where's my pants layer? My pants layer. Where are the pants? Is this the pants? This must be the pants. Yeah. Thought that was a shadow. So I've changed my plans, and I am going to focus on trying to get the human figures done. Hold on a second, guys. Just had to fix something real quick. Hey, Joe, my dad, Watan Dost, how are you doing today? I'm so happy to see you again, bro. Okay. It's good to see you in chat. Joe, my dad. I hope you all are having a good day. Is it late night for you? I think. Okay, so we wanted to. Wrong color. We wanted this. That was the hair color. And that means we have to adjust the feet. Okay, so and then we'll go back to this. We already got that. I was going to school, so I have to sleep, and the next day I cannot find you when somebody is live streaming, so that's why I'm sorry. Do you have your notification, like the bell? So if you click the notifications, it should notify you when I go live. It's been some days since I last went live. Since I last 3 days I've been working long hours at my day job, so I haven't done any live streaming since maybe 4 days. Yeah, I just get worn out after my day job. Hey, Mega, how are you doing? It's good to see you in the chat. I didn't know if you'd make it this early. But yeah, we're doing great. Yeah, Joe, my dad. If you do the notification bell, it should let you know when I go. So I'll probably be live streaming these next 2 days since I have today off. First Sunday in a long time I've had off, and then I usually have Mondays off. So I usually stream at least every Monday, but that's not always the case if I'm busy. So I think the following Monday I won't be in town. So there's a possibility there might be a on the road stream or out of town stream. I'm gonna go see my parents and my brother. Well, he'll be out of town, but him and his wife are going out of town, so I'm going up. I have not seen grilled cheese in a while. Probably not like for a couple weeks. They did stop in for a second to say hello and chat, like a few weeks ago. But that's the last time I saw them. I'm sure everybody's busy, especially this time of year. I can't remember if school there were trimesters or if it were quarterly. So if it's trimesters, maybe that was college. So we are just trying to clean up this stuff and get it looking nice. Nice for the printers. What do you mean by you two, or me too, Jomadat? Oh, you haven't seen that? Yeah. My school has a thing, term A, term B, term C. Yeah, I was wondering. Um, it's been so long since I've been in high school. I couldn't remember if it was quarterly or trimesterly. Um, but yeah, you guys should be coming up on the end of your second term or trimester, would be my guess. My guest. Would be my guess. When I go back to school, oh, is it spring break? It's not even like spring yet. I feel like it'd be like pretty soon, right? Is spring break in April or March? February break and it ends tomorrow. Oh, okay. New term, new classes. I hope you guys have been doing good in school. I was not the best student when I was in school. I think I graduated, but I had pretty much a C average. Um, that's certainly not going to get you into any colleges, but I didn't. I had no plan to go to college after high school. That concept was beyond me at that age. Whereas most kids, high school kids, already kind of know what they're gonna do. And this was back in the very, very early 90s. I don't know if my parents would have been able to afford to send me to college. So I would have definitely had to figure out how to pay for that myself. How many friends have you had when you are in school? You know, I had very few friends when I was in school. Um, and they were basically friends of mine that I had when I was only at school. Um, I didn't really spend much time with them outside of school, so that's kind of that was kind of my high school years. Was, you know, I had friends outside of school, but I didn't. Those friends didn't go to the school that I went to, so we mainly hung out outside of school, and then I had my friends in school where that I hung out with while I was in school. You know, and it was probably maybe a handful of people. And I can't say we were super close, but you know, I had some people. I wasn't a complete loner, which I probably wouldn't have had a problem with. But, you know, you get into school, you start to meet people, and it's kind of hard to be a loner when you start meeting people. But yeah, some people want friends, and and then they try way too hard, so they don't end up making friends. Then other people don't want friends, and everybody gravitates towards to them, and everybody wants to be their friend for some reason. All right, King Fortnite, have a good one. Thank you for stopping by, saying hello. Uh, we'll make that 300 back again, and hopefully go over. But yeah, have a good day, night, wherever you're at, and hope to see you again soon. Thanks for stopping through. I appreciate it. It's always good to see people in the chat. I mean, I don't know which streamer doesn't want to see people in their chat. Yeah, I live stream, but I don't want followers. I don't want people in my chat. That would be weird. Even when I started this channel and it was more for just documenting what I was doing, you know, it didn't go, it wasn't past my thinking that, you know, there wouldn't be people that would follow the channel or even hop in chat if I was live streaming. So it's cool. I don't get the recognition I deserve. Yeah, I don't even know if I deserve any recognition, to be honest, Mega. Um, yeah, I can't say it like I haven't done anything that would warrant recognition, but you know, just being here doing my thing is good enough for me. You know, I don't know if I could handle recognition. If all of a sudden everybody, you know, they want hitting me up, they want to sponsor me, they want me to help them make money. But I can't say that's not something I don't want. I can't say it's something I do want. If it happens, it happens. Because once you start getting that, then you're not doing the thing you originally started, why you got into this, and then you're doing something different. You're doing some other song and dance that you might not be wanting to partake in, but for some reason you got swept up in the hype of it all, and now you're selling boner pills on um, uh, what is that channel? GVC or something, whatever they sell all those products. At school, one of my friends tell the teacher, you stole somebody's Pokemon card, but I only still do two, and my other friends steal three of somebody's Pokemon cards. So he blamed me and said you're not friends anymore. So the friend, wait, a friend told your teacher that you stole somebody's Pokemon cards, but you only stole two, and your other friend stole three. At that point, it does two or three doesn't matter. You still stole somebody's Pokemon cards, but yeah, that's still kind of crappy that your friend ratted you out, even though he also stole some stuff. Yeah, you know what? They're not a good friend. So you probably don't want to be their friend. You know, the closer you get as friends, you know, um, the more you start to learn about who that person actually is. So you always have to keep in mind, are they friend worthy? Are they worthy of your friendship when they do stuff like that? You just don't want to be giving away your friendship for like yourself for free just because you want a friend. Yeah, in school, school is a weird social game. But I think, and I can't say this for 100% because I didn't go to college. And when I did take classes for college, it wasn't like I was doing that for long. But it's quite different when when you're doing higher education because everybody's there mainly for the education because they're paying for it. Whereas in high school, you know, you're not really paying for it. You just have to be there and make the most of it. And some people are more studious than others, and others it's just, that's where they have to be. And other people just don't go. Then he said, "Give me one of the Pokemon cards," so he blamed me or everything. I showed the person he stole 3 of the Pokemon cards. He said, "How did these get over here?" Yep. At that point, just fess up, give them back the cards, and uh, accept that stealing isn't the way to go in life. Stealing won't get you too far in life. I mean, it'll take you places. Maybe not the places you want to go to. It's not worth it. Stealing's not worth it. But some people get to adults and they still, you know, still do those type of things. I guess there's a difference between stealing because of necessity and stealing because, uh, you get some kind of enjoyment out of it, which is some kind of weird perverted enjoyment if you're stealing from people. If it's out of necessity and that's the only reason why you do it, that's different. Like if you're hungry, poor, you don't have any money, nobody wants to help you out, whatever, and you feel you're backed into a corner, and stealing is the only way you can feed yourself or whatever. I'm not gonna fault somebody for that, but it still is stealing. You always have a choice. So if you end up getting caught and going to jail because of it, yeah, you accept the responsibility of your actions. Some people say, "Oh no, there is no choice." There is always a choice in everything. How you handle yourself. It may not be the choice that you want to make, but there is always a choice. Hey, what's up, Random? How are you doing today? Good to see you in chat. We're still working on these drawings. I just heard from the publisher that they're going to have to delay the book because I took too long on these drawings. But that wasn't fully me, even though I probably could have got these done really a lot sooner. But when you have a full-time job and then this is like supplementary. uh, all right, John, my dad, have a good day. Take care. Thank you for stopping through the stream. And hope you have a good one. I'm sure I'll see you again soon. Hit that notification if you're interested in getting notifications. And thanks for the emotes. So, yeah, we're just trying to clean this stuff up. I probably shouldn't even worry about that, but it'll definitely affect the color when it goes to print. So I need to make sure these are clean. I don't want to be looking at the book and it's like, oh man. But you can't catch everything. Doing good. Just got back from your bike ride. Ooh, yeah. It must be really nice out because I'm not sure. When I was outside, it was like 46 degrees. So, how many are they printing? They'll do like a run of 1,000 books. That's what they did with the first book. Um, so yeah, I kind of figured because last time you said you got up into the 70s. That's pretty good. We're supposed to get Monday or Tuesday. It's supposed to get even warmer, and I think Tuesday is supposed to be. Last I saw was a high in the 60s. So it'll be like springtime. Be nice little light jacket weather in the next few days. Not sure how long that'll last for us, but I think there's supposed to be some rain or snow in our future. Um, I guess there's supposed to be a big storm coming through. You're only getting 20 to 30. 20 to 30. Are you talking about Celsius? Wouldn't that be pretty hot? Oh, this is really satisfying. I actually might fall asleep. 60s and 70s are pretty. Yeah, if that could be like year round, I'd probably be outside a lot more. Um, yeah, ever since I got married and moved to Iowa, I don't really get out. I don't get out as much as I used to. Um, yeah, back when I was living in Minneapolis, I was riding my bike or skateboarding all the time. I don't do that much anymore. Uh, where I live is kind of like you need a car. Hold on, I'll be back in a minute. Okay, all right, Mega. Yeah, you definitely need a car in this city. I mean, it is kind of a somewhat bike friendly city, but yeah, I don't know if I would do. Whoops. I don't know if I could do the bike thing here. It was a lot easier to do in Minneapolis. Like Minneapolis is really bike friendly. Oh, I feel like her fingers are real short, but I'm not gonna mess with that right now. Yeah, Minneapolis has a lot of bike paths like all over the city. They even have lanes for bikes on the streets, like so many bike lanes on streets. Like anytime they do, like they redo a street, they'll make it bike accessible. And we have a lot of bike paths even within the city, so you don't even have to be on the street. You can be on the bike paths. Um, yeah, I loved it when I was living there. Very, very good city for biking. Um, yeah, a lot of stuff to see. It's not all urbanized. You know, there are areas with nature and stuff, a lot of lakes and stuff within the city. You got the Mississippi River. There's always tons of stuff going on. It's grown quite a bit since I've last lived there back in 2012. Yeah, I've been here almost, let's see, I moved here in 2013. So 12 years. In April, or no, in August it'll be 12 years. Yeah, actually I'll be going back up to visit my family next week. See my mom, my dad, my stepmom, and that's the same exact year you left San Diego. Oh, okay. Were you living there for quite a bit? Is that where you're originally from, is San Diego? Yeah, I got some sisters that live in LA. I got a friend that lives in LA. My sisters live in LA. Um, I know San Diego is a little farther south, but just seems like all of California is just big with so many people. What am I trying to do here? I was trying to fix this line, but is this line even? For some reason, I am not hitting this line. There's got to be more layers to this because I am not. Dude, where is this line? I swear I hit that. Okay. Alright. Yeah, you grew up in a small town 30 miles east of San Diego. Okay. Hey, Mega, welcome back. Yep, I spent most of my time in Minneapolis. It's not where I was born, though. Um, Des Moines here is the only other city I've lived in the longest. What is going on here? Some of this is not even. Okay. I shouldn't be focused on this dog right now. There we go. Oh, you're getting 20 to 30 degrees Fahrenheit. I was going to say, if it was Celsius, I'm like, Celsius is kind of hot. Do you ever hit layer limits all the time? Oddity, I'm always hitting layer limits. Especially this is, or is it? Yeah, this is at 17 and a half inches by 7.5 inches at 450 dots per inch. So I think I get about 69 layers. I think So yeah, I'm always hitting that limit. So what I do is I just, uh, if I don't want to lose like the individual layers, I will duplicate the file and take the new duplicate and start merging layers together to free up layers. So at least the other original will have all the original layers still if I need to make any adjustments. But yeah, that means I have a lot of files. But yeah, that's how I've kind of figured out the workaround. Instead of merging everything down and then I find out I need to change or adjust something and then I can't do anything. Yeah, always save, always have backups, especially for projects like this where, like, if something, and I haven't done that, is like save the files like elsewhere, like on my desktop or something, so that I can get them back if something happens to the iPad. But I always have multiple copies of these because I, knock on wood, I don't think I've accidentally erased something that I didn't like a project I didn't want to erase, like where you can't get it back. Um, okay, I was working on her. I was fixing her hair. I fixed her chin. I needed to fix the red highlights in her hair. Yeah, but I do, as far as like painting and drawing, I really do prefer Procreate over Fresco. But I'm only saying that because I'm still not 100% confident with Fresco. As far as like I can switch over and start drawing and painting in the apps anytime. And I have a little bit, but I'm just so used to Procreate's abilities and functions that yeah, I just kind of anytime I need to draw or paint, I just go back to Procreate. And if I'm trying to do those animations or something like more, because Fresco, the one thing Fresco has over Procreate is that you can make vector images. You can draw everything vector based, but you can't manipulate those vectors like if you're using Illustrator. But you draw and paint using like vectors. Yeah, I used to do so much. I didn't have Illustrator, but I had Coral Draw, and I used to use that all the time. I was constantly making vector-based graphics and stuff. So it's something I haven't done much of lately, just because I've gotten back into the simplicity of drawing and painting using these paint apps or drawing apps versus sitting there having to manipulate nodes. I mean, you could draw shapes and stuff, but then you start having to manipulate those shapes, and it just seemed to get uh, is just getting too focused on trying to capture the right shape and look, and I would spend so much time just adjusting node points and trying to get the curves like how I want it. And I just kind of wanted to free myself from that. And so I started using Procreate and doing more digital painting and drawing. Actually, it was even before that. I started using an app called um, oh shoot, I think I still have it in here. Nope, it's on my other one here. It's called Brushes. Very, very simple paint app. And so I was using that until, watching all the ink masters, and they're like using Procreate, and I'm like, oh, I want to try that. And then I'm like, oh, Procreate's not that expensive, so I got Procreate, and I just started strictly just using Procreate from then on out. But yeah, Brushes was good because it got me back to the roots of my digital drawing and painting, which I hadn't really done much digital drawing and painting. It was mostly um, vector. I was doing all pretty much everything vector based. And then I'm like, how is this taking so long with the vectors? I like vectors because you can piece stuff together, like create your own Legos, for lack of a better analogy, and then you can just kind of piece them together. Yeah, drawing naturally is definitely more peaceful than being a technician of nodes. Yeah, yeah. When you're like managing nodes all the time, it's just not fun. There's no freedom in that, unless you're just like, I don't care where the shapes that these nodes or the curves that these nodes create, and you just draw and accept what you get. Then there's a certain freedom in it, but I would always end up trying to tweak nodes and curves or yeah. All right, Mega. Enjoy your dinner. I'll be chilling on here for a while until the wife wants me to cook something. Shoot, I thought this was this layer. Yeah, I saw you were doing some more panels the other night, random. It was looking pretty cool. Like you did some where you did some colored panels. I saw the little alligator dude that you had done um, in pen and ink. I saw you reuse that character. But you missed Vector. I missed that one. Yeah, I'm sure I'll get back to it. There are apps. There are apps on here that are vector based, like this one, Assembly. I haven't used this in a while, so I don't know. Now it looks like they're like it looks like pay to play. Start your 7-day free trial and unlock your design potential. So unlimited. All right, I don't. So this is something I did in this, doing one of my Oni characters. Yeah, see, you can see spending way too much time thinking around with curves and stuff like that. You bring in a panel template and you made a few months ago just to do random thumbnail art in each panel. Oh, okay. I don't know if this was like the only other one I have in this app. Okay, how do I get out of this app now? My work. So yeah, that's something I was playing around with using assembly. Somebody told me about this. There's Freeform, which I probably haven't. Maybe this is more like a paint app too. I don't think this is. Oh, this is Apple's thing. No, I don't know why I have that on here. Yeah, I don't know if I can utilize this. Because I think I have to purchase a plan to utilize Illustrator on my iPad. I don't think they have a free version, like basic version. So I'd have to pay. I got Designer too. They kind of did the same thing too with, a subscription. Yeah, so I have design Affinity Designer on my desktop, but I don't have it on my laptop. So that's another one I can't utilize. So basically, right now it's just assembly. There's probably some other ones out there that you can use. Assembly seems okay, but I'd rather do it on my desktop. Yeah, I think I did. I swear I did some other. I did some other character. Wow. I did like an armadillo character, but I don't know what happened to it. Yeah. Yeah, so I haven't really messed around too much with Vector on my iPad, but Fresco does do Vector. But again, like I said, it's not. So you have three different types of brushes. You have vector brushes, you have live brushes, which I think are a mix of rasterization and vector. And then pixel brush is your rasterization layer. So here's your vector brushes. You have like various options. Yeah, you got different ones. Let's see. So basically, once you lay down uh, something on the layer, now you have a layer over here. It's a vector layer. If you switch brushes, it's going to create a new layer because it's a different type of brush. This live layer, even though it's kind of vector based, it now becomes a rasterized layer. So a pixel layer. And then you have your pixel brushes. Which are definitely rasterized. Ink, blotty ink. So since that's a pixel layer, it's gonna go on the same layer unless you make a new layer. You can add a layer, and now you got, and then you can turn on and off layers like, anything else, any other program. But to, let's see, whoops. Let's turn that one off and turn this one on. If I want to merge these two together, so since you have a vector layer, if you scale it at all anyway, you're not going to lose the quality of the line, as you already know, I'm sure. But with the pixel, the more you start to scale it, the more pixelated it gets, as you already know. But if I want to merge these, as soon as I merge the pixel layer, I think you can merge these. You should be able to. Yep, merge down. Now it's all pixel. So your vector layer is now converted to pixel. So I'm assuming the more you scale it, the more it pixelates. So if your whole drawing is done with the vector brushes and your project requires it to be vectors for scaling reasons, this program allows you to do that. The only thing is you can't like, oh, I want to change this curve. You have to redraw it. There's no nodes you can play with to adjust the curve. So whatever you draw, that's what you get, which is still pretty cool. I mean, it's all vector, but and just like with Procreate, you hold down, you can create like straight lines and stuff, or you can do curves. The only problem I have is I know Procreate allows you to change or adjust those shapes initially, and that's one thing Fresco doesn't allow you to do. Like, if I wanted to change the shape of this circle, I can't do that. As far as I know, you might be able to. I haven't discovered it yet. So say I wanted to scale that up or turn it into an oval shape or something like that, where in Procreate you can do that right after you make the shape or the object. In here you can't. So you basically, well, if you as long as you hold it down, keep holding it down, I guess you can scale it, but you can't after you let go of it. Whereas in Procreate, once you let go, you have the option to change the shape and stuff. But yeah, this doesn't allow you to turn it into a circle or an ellipse or something like that. But it's still a really good app for free. And if you want to do your project in as a vector, but yeah, you can mix pixel and vector stuff together. But as soon as you merge it all together, it's going to be a rasterized file. But as long as you keep layers separated, you keep pixel layers separated to its own layers, and uh, vector layers to its own layers, you're good for as far as scaling. But some projects don't even really require scaling. So as long as you know they're not trying to do all kinds of stuff with your image, like, oh, I'm gonna put on a big old banner and then like on a keychain fob or something, where it does require scaling, and you really don't have anything to worry about whether you use vector or pixels. But yeah, that's a little tiny little tutorial. So this is my latest little animation. I did put some sound to it in iMovie, but this is just the animation. So I think it's like a couple seconds. More than a couple seconds, but here's it looping. I was thinking about doing something with the text that gets written. So there's a lot of like cell animation in where the marker, where it's writing on the painting. But yeah, that's what I got. I did add some sound effects to it, but I'm still trying to figure out, like, before I put it up on object, I want to make sure everything is complete, works as a whole. Because this will be the first one I did added sound to, whereas any of the other ones just don't have sound yet. So I kind of want to incorporate the visual and the sound, especially since they're animated. It's like, yeah, silent film, cool, but you know, you can do so much. It adds so much more. Once you start adding sound to it, it can change the feel of the entire piece. So that's a little vignette into the fresco world. Did I make that too small? I thought that was the eraser. That was the eraser. Yeah, it's just another tool. You know, so if it's a tool that works for you, then it's good. If not, like, Procreate works just fine. Like, I probably won't ever stop using Procreate. And there's so many other, like, drawing and painting apps out there, but I'll still just strictly use Procreate because that's what I've been using for so many years now. If you weren't so bitter about your wallet disappearing, I'd get right back into object in those galleries. You still haven't been able to figure out, like, is it just a case of like not having your seed, what do they call them, seed words or seed password or whatever? Because right now I only have, well, uh, I only have the one wallet, but I thought I was looking into starting a second wallet because I use Kukai for object, but Kukai, I don't know if it can handle or if other sites even use Kukai wallet. So I was looking into MetaMask, but I haven't signed. I did sign up for MetaMask, but I haven't dumped any money into it yet. And my Kukai wallet, I'm down to like pennies. So I'm just kind of waiting because I know right now Tezos is like, I think it was like at 80 cents a Tezos. It still didn't let you load your wallet, huh? And you can't find the seed for it? Yeah. I hope you didn't have a lot in that wallet, because it seems like if you don't have that stuff, I don't know how you would be able to retrieve it or find it. I'm not that tech savvy. Yeah, Kukai is what you used one day. It logged me in, out, and I couldn't get back in. That's where all my oh, really? Damn, that sucks. Did you have a lot in your collection? Couldn't get in. I I, I know I have like issues sometimes with Kukai. It's like constantly making me log like re reconnect my wallet to object, and I don't know if that's like a security thing or not, but it's constantly having me um yeah, reconnect my wallet. It's like, why? Like, I'm the only one. If it's my desktop and I want to stay logged in, like, but I'm assuming it was, you only had 20 Ts or something, but a bunch of random art of mine and other stuff I bought. Yeah. Yeah, I got a bunch of stuff that I bought too. So yeah, I got all the animations, bunch of drawings and stuff, followers, and then I've like I bought a bunch of other people's stuff too. Um, I don't think I've spent more than 5 Tezos on anything. Yeah, but I got a bunch of my work on here too. But like, yeah, this is, where is it? This is probably the most expensive piece I purchased, which was 5 Tezos. I see stuff all the time that I would love to get. Uh, this is a this is a collab between this artist Katerina Create and Jake Studios. Yeah, and they're pretty big. Well, I don't know how big they are, but they do a lot of stuff on objects. So, and they post regularly, so they're pretty popular. I want to say. But yeah, this is the most expensive one I bought from them, or from any artist on here. And there's a bunch of people I follow. So if they list something, then I can check it out. But yeah, most of the time it's like there's no way I can afford that unless I start dumping a bunch of money into my account. Yeah, a lot of people doing a lot of experiments on here. Yeah, I was thinking I should keep my animations a lot shorter, just to like really, if I'm gonna do GIFs, keep them to like 3 or 4 frames. I don't know what constitutes an actual GIF. I'm assuming like 2 to 3 frames. But yeah, I don't mind. Their interface is decent, so yeah, it almost seems like you have to you'd have to create a new account or create a new wallet, which is kind of a pain in the butt. Yeah, but yeah, I don't think the Tezos is what it was, as far as what I hear, like 3 or 4 years ago. Um, yeah, because right now, So the Tazo is, well, it's up. Last I saw it was like 81 cents, so it's up 85 cents. So it went up 0.13%, 0.13%. So maybe it'll come back up again for a little while. I don't like I check it out once in a while, but I don't really follow where it's at, and it's predicted to go down even further. So yeah, I have about 22 cents worth of Tezos, which means I could probably do like 3 or 4 mints. So I'm trying to keep it like that, hoping somebody would pick something up. I did put my, so this was my second animated piece. This was the first, but I really like this one. This one's okay, Training Day. Yeah, Tezos are $3 or $4. Yeah, I heard about the heyday of the Tezos. They say they really don't expect it to get that high ever again, unless there's some kind of crazy revolution in the um, crypto market or currency markets. I don't know. Yeah, this was the very first animation I did on Fresco. It's okay for my first animation since I was a kid. But yeah, this I would say was my first real like GIF. So I had made like an edition of 5 of these, I think, and I listed one and like yeah, it was only 5. I think I listed it as yeah 2.5 Tezos. Got no takers. Uh, After a while, I was like, let me try something different. Let me make it a 101. So I burned 4 and listed the one at 100 pesos to see. I don't think anybody will take that, but it's up there. It's the only one listed. I think I haven't listed after I burnt. I did the same thing with all the other ones. So all the other animations I had minted an edition of 5. Well, I did what I did was I did an auction for 24 hours and nobody took, not even anybody interested. So I was like, okay, whatever. And left it at wherever it was, 10 ago. And I may have added the rest. I was like, screw it, I just put all the other ones at 10 ago to see if anybody takes it. But we'll see. I think the hard thing is getting people to notice your artwork. So you really have to do the work, put in the work to like get your artwork out there so that people notice you. So I've had a few people purchase stuff, none of my animated stuff. So, but yeah, what did I do? I listed I listed this on accident for free. The audio just cut out. Oh, sorry. I made. Is it back now? It could be because yeah, disconnect. Stupid. Yeah, I put my earbud in, and I don't know why my desktop tries to connect my earbud. Sorry about that. So yeah, I minted this. I think I did an edition of 10. I listed one. Didn't realize I didn't put a price on it. I want to see if anybody takes it or notices it. Just as an experiment. And then, I don't know, maybe 3 days, 4 days later, this person, Claire, picked it up. So it took 3 or 4 days before somebody noticed it. And I don't think I did anything where I was trying to promote it. Like, oh, it's up there. So I was just trying to see, well, I did an addition of 10, yeah, and then I burned 15, so I have an addition of 5. And then somebody else bought one. I mean, it's only listed as one table, so it's not like breaking somebody's wallet or bank with my artwork. And I think some people are just, they have a certain taste, so I don't know if this fits their liking. But I have a lot of static images. I have painted, and these are physical paintings. So I posted some of the physical stuff. I think I did an edition, edition of 5. I didn't burn any of these, so I'm leaving them as is. Just somebody bought, this person bought like this one and some other one. I can't remember which one it was. This one maybe. I wish there was an easier way to go back. I think maybe just did they buy this? They may have bought this. This is a digital painting, which I want to do an actual physical painting. Maybe not exactly like this. Yeah, Midnight Marauder bought this too. This digital painting. I had this idea a long time ago, and it took me a long time to actually sketch it up. I think I did a few sketches, like physical sketches, and then, but they weren't quite like this. Taking the high road is instead of saying a heart. Kind of a slight dig at um, this whole venture into selling digital artwork on this platform. Not as well. Why does my computer keep trying to? Dude, why? Is it back? That's how I'll do it. Just forget that advice. That part. Yeah, my desktop for some reason wants to. Swear to God, quit trying to connect. Oh, I wonder if it's trying to connect to this too. Okay, I guess it's not connected to me. Hey Mega, how are you doing? Welcome back. The thought of summer break and watching you is more what's keeping me sane in this school year. I appreciate that, Mega. I hope there's more in the world than just myself that keeps you sane. But I hope to continue. You won't believe this. You just found a dot.tez file and it worked. Oh, all right, man. Nice. Nice. Yeah, you're back in the game. Yeah, let me know what your profile is. I'll follow you. Mine is just it's I think Omizu Paintz, but I don't know if there's like a underscore in there. Yeah, it's just Omizu Paintz. Here, it'll pop up here. Nice. Cool. Yeah, that'd be nice. It'd be cool to like actually know somebody on this platform. Like, there's a bunch of people I follow, and I also follow them on X because they post a lot on X. But yeah, this would be the first person I actually know on this platform. Yeah, glad you found that. That's cool. That's very cool. I don't know what dot.tez is, but maybe I should figure out what that is so that if that ever happens to me, I can get my stuff back. I do have my seed, which I need to put in my lockbox. Um, I keep one in my wallet, but then I need to have one like in my lockbox for my wife. It's not like I got any tons of money on there or anything, but you tried last week and it kept giving you the wrong password area. I wonder if it was just, well, I guess if that was Kukai. Yeah, Kukai is kind of funny sometimes with object. Do I play Minecraft? No, I haven't played Minecraft at all. Um, I know there's a bunch of people that play Minecraft that are streamers. I don't know. Do they have Minecraft for the Macintosh? You went to Kukai and it was the load wallet option, so I dragged the .tez file for my laptop. I did a search in Windows and it was the right one that matched your password. Nice. Yeah, if there's a will, there's a way. I mean, if it's something important, you'll try to figure it out until you're exhausted. I know I do that sometimes. I'll waste nights if I'm trying to figure something out. I just waste nights just trying to do that. And I'm like, I don't know if this will ever happen, but I am wasting a lot of time. But I'll still try to get it, figure it out. Last used in 2022. There's probably somebody out there that's like, what happened to that? What happened to that creator? I wonder what happened to them. Yeah, I basically do the Tezos or the object thing more more for fun and to have a place to put my digital artwork because yeah, I could have like a website or something and put that stuff up there, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be seen. At least this way I feel like somebody will see my artwork, but I don't know. It's just like with any other kind of site that says, you know, that says, oh, you know, we provide a platform for your art, you know, and you can become successful or make money off of it. And it's like, yeah, only if you put in tons of effort. So this, I'm not trying to put a ton of effort into it other than making the art and posting it. And with no expectations that it's going to make any kind of money or anything. I just want a place for my digital art. Yep, you need to make a return, but my art is a bit different now. Was doing a lot of 3D Blender stuff, objects in 2022. You know what? I think I'm gonna check out Blender because I would really like to incorporate, if I can, like 3D objects into what I'm already doing currently to see how I can make that work. It's more of an experiment. All of this is kind of an experiment. How much money am I making off this book? Um, Not quite 3,000. Uh, and I'm only getting that much for this book because I made so much money off the first book, like way too much money, which has already been spent and is long gone. I'll send you some too if you want. I've been wanting to send. I haven't tried that yet, but I definitely would like to send something. If it's still there somewhere, I sold a few of those. Yeah, I'll send you whatever you see. I'll send it to you. So if you see something that interests you, I'll send it to you. I'd rather get the artwork out there than wait around for somebody to actually buy it. I mean, I do spend a lot of time. All right, random. You have a good one. Take care. I'm sure I'll see you around in in a stream somewhere, in a stream near you. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. I'm glad you got your account figured out too. So yeah, let's do some trades for sure. Yeah, Mega, I'm not making a whole lot this time around, but that's okay. I have a day job, so I'm not relying on this to pay. Yeah, as far as I know, there's three of you watching, and one of those may be myself because I'm watching it. watching chat on my desktop. Thanks for the emotes. Thanks for the emotes, guys. You know, I don't know what those things do, but they're cool to see. Like, I don't know if it helps the channel when people do that or what, but I appreciate them. So, do you play Minecraft, Mega? I'm assuming so, since you asked me. I don't know if I don't even know if I can play Minecraft on my computer or not. You play it when you're bored? I feel like my eyes are in the wrong place. Yeah. The eyes. Come on. Come on. All right. I think I need to move these eyes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm kind of quite bummed that there's a bunch of games that I would like to play. They just don't have them for the Mac. Okay, so this should go there, and then combine. I can move this stuff. Ah, crap. Now I need to do the eyebrows. Is this it? Nope. Where's the eyebrows at? Nope. Here's the eyebrows. Now let's try this. Do I have Discord? Yeah, I have Discord. It should be Omizu Paintz. Let's see. Yeah, Omizu _Paintz _ I don't think it would let me do with the space. Yep, I just got yep, _ in between the two words. You can add me if you want. That's fine. I'm not 100% familiar with how to use this app though. I've been trying to use it more often. Dynamic slat. All right, there you go, Omega. I like your description. So does that mean like where do I go? I guess my earbud died. You go to friends and you should see me. Like up here. I don't know who this is. Who is Pincord? Oh, Pincord. Yeah, I just sent you an invite. You're about to join my server? Cool. You gonna be a part of the server. If you got anything you want to post, I got different channels for stuff. I don't know why. So basically, my whack. Press once on either. crazy. Yeah. All right. Um, it's like where? Whoops. That's way too much. And I don't think I need this. Getting rid of those. Oops. You might just get back into it. Kind of stuff were you doing? Weren't you doing like animations or something like that? Oh, that is the same color. Huh. You used to do art. You deleted like half your channel. Or were you doing like drawing or painting? Shading, drawing. Oh, okay. Doing Halo stuff. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. I mean, as long as you keep your expectations low. I mean, unless all of a sudden you just run like uh, a Halo enthusiast just happens to come across your channel, you know, just do it because you want to do it. Oh boy, I'm really not that tired. What? What's going on here? I think I hit that with the eraser. you can share some stuff. Yeah, definitely. Just post it on. Just post it in the. If you do, just post it in. Where is it? Just post it and share your art. The share your art channel. That's why it's there. It's for other people to share their art. I know some people have put. We had Emmett's art roast corner, but Emmett got rid of his Discord because it was messing with his phone. So now I have to manage Emmett's art roast corner. So if you want your art roasted, put it in Emmett's art roast corner. I'll critique it, but I won't roast it. But Emmett was the one roasting other people's artwork. We have a few people that posted some stuff. And then things I'm working on, art, games. If you want to talk about games, there's that channel or the general channel. You know, I should start sharing more on there, but I've just been posting my art on mine. But yeah, share your artwork. You know, whatever it is. You know, just keep it. Uh, Keep it PG-13. We don't want no triple X. Like if it's art related, then yeah, that's cool. You're gonna draw a flood form? I'm not familiar with that. What's a flood form? That Halo related? Look up a marine flood form combat form. Okay. So it's like a mutation. Crazy mutated. Okay, it's like a mutation. The flood parasite into a basic combat unit for use by the flood. Huh. Makes me think of the movie The Thing with Kurt Russell. I think that was a John Carpenter horror film. But yeah, the thing in the movie is like an alien creature that they release from the ice, and it takes over the victim and absorbs the victim into itself. It's crazy. Kind of looks like those characters. Ah, okay. Interesting. my guess is they were definitely inspired by that movie, The Thing, the developers of Halo, because that movie's been around since what was it, late '70s or '80s. I shouldn't have closed that. 1982, pretty close to the '70s. Yeah, John Carpenter's The Thing. Yeah, not sure when zombies became a thing. Like, okay, hold on a second. Let's see. The earliest example of zombies in popular culture. Popular culture. 1932 was the earliest white white zombie starring Bela Lugosi, which is considered the first movie to feature zombies on screen. Although the modern concept of zombies as we know them is largely attributed to George A. Romero's Night of the Living Dead from 1968. Okay. Oh, from Haitian voodoo lore about zombies. But flesh eating zombies, that was 1968. My first example of zombies came from Dungeons and Dragons computer game, The Pool of Radiance. They had zombies in that game, along with skeletons and other undead creatures. I think that was the first game that maybe there were some other games, but definitely the first one I remember, even before any kind of zombie movies. Was Resident Evil 1. Yeah, I kind of remember Resident Evil. Let's see. Resident Evil game. I should put game. I don't want the movie to pop up. Don't give me all Resident Evils. I just want the first one. Wikipedia. Resident Evil, known as Biohazard in Japan, is a Japanese horror game series and media franchise created by Capcom. It consists of survival, horror, third-person shooter, and first-person shooter games. Where's the first one? Resident Evil. 1996 survival horror game. Set in fictional Arklay Mountain region in the Midwest, players control Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine, members of the Elite Task Force stars. Kind of remember that. Who must escape a mansion infested with zombies and other monsters. Uh, 1996. Let me go back. Resident Evil. What did they call it? Biohazard? Biohazard. Biohazard game screenshots. No. Resident Evil 1, you guys. Not. Oh, here we go. Yeah, it was kind of around the same time as um, oh, what was that game? The Laura Croft series. Yeah. Well, they called in Japan they called the first one Biohazard. So that when they this game originally came out in Japan from Capcom, it was called Resident Evil, also known as Biohazard in Japan. But yeah, the when I did it for the just generic Resident Evil Biohazard, uh, number 7 images came up. This one, I think I remember. Well, Resident Evil was it? This one you didn't have 100% full control over your character, like your character's movement in each scene. I want to say I don't recall. Maybe that was number 2, or no, maybe that was Silent Hill. I'm getting Resident Evil confused with Silent Hill. I don't think I played Resident Evil. Yeah, this doesn't look familiar. Silent Hill for sure. I remember playing that. I don't think I played Resident Evil. Yeah, this definitely looks more third person. Silent Hill was kind of more first person, I want to say. I'm assuming they both kind of came out around the same time. Silent Hill. Silent Hill video game. 1999. Oh, that was 3 years after. Excuse me. Similar to Resident Evil titles. Third person view. I thought it was like more limited though. PlayStation, yeah. Anyways, I should get back to drawing. Can't be slacking off all day. Gotta be finishing these drawings. Oh yeah, I wanted to. You got me for the rest of the stream. Yeah, I did some gaming in my youth. I haven't had a console since Super Nintendo. I did borrow my brother's PlayStation 1 way back when. I think he had gotten like maybe the second PlayStation, and it was kind of a hand-me-down. I don't know if I really. I don't think I played it much. Where am I trying to get to? I'm trying to get to the hair. Trying to do another layer. And I'm trying to... Is it this color? Oh yeah. This is right here. I can grab that color right there. There it is. Okay, let's soften this up before I try to start doing anything too crazy. Nope, that's too big. Yep, Super Nintendo was, I think, the only console that I ever purchased. I know over the years my brother's gotten various like PlayStations and Xboxes, but yeah, I didn't really wasn't gaming too much during like the late 90s. Uh yeah, with the Super Nintendo, we played a lot of Mortal Kombat and stuff. So that probably lasted till about 97, I'd say. I can't remember when the first PlayStation came out. Not sure if Xbox was out at that time either. Nope. We are going to try and soften this up a little bit more. Yeah, that looks like that's soft enough. Yep. Last console was Super Nintendo, and then I'd say it wasn't until I got my second iPad that I started playing games again. But yeah, there's very limited in as far as games for the iPad. And then I got my desktop in 2017. And then I got a few games for that, mostly RPGs. But the last game on here that I really started spending a lot of time gaming was Baldur's Gate 3, which I've beaten once so far. Made it all the way through once. And I'm trying to do it again, but I haven't had much time to spend on gaming. And I've also been playing some retro games, Dungeons and Dragons games, computer games. And I got a few on my iPad now that they have out. But, whoops. Wait. I guess that got erased. And we need to fill this in. whoops, we'll erase that. We will certainly erase that. Oh, you've played Baldur's Gate 3? Yeah, I really want to keep trying to like try everything in that game. I haven't had a chance to, though. I've played I've been trying to beat it on honor mode so I can get the golden dice. And then there's definitely a new patch coming out, patch 8. And I haven't been able to update to patch 7 because I think my desktop is just not powerful enough. So I need to get a new desktop, which I don't know when that'll happen. But I have a later version with patch 6. So I'm trying to beat it in honor mode on patch 6. But patch 8 is supposed to have a bunch of new subclasses. And so eventually I would like to do that, play that patch. And I'm really hoping, because I know Alarian has its other two games, Divinity and well, no, not Divinity, but Divinity Original Sin 2 for the iPad. And I'm hoping they bring the Baldur's Gate 3 with everything to the iPad. But yeah, I've been watching some people play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, The Obsidian's Avowed, Monster Hunter. What else? Price. I'm sure there's some other games that are coming out. Yeah, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 looks really good. The only thing is they don't have it for the Macintosh, so I won't be able to play it. But just watching other people play it, it's cool. But it looks like a really good game. And I'm kind of bummed. I really wish I could play it. I'd have to get a PC, and I'm not about to buy a PC just to play games. I'm sure there's got to be a way to play it on the Mac. Come on. Oh, what? That is not the brush I picked. Let's put this opacity down. And actually, we want this one. Wait, that ain't even the color. Turn that off. All right, turn the opacity up. Get our color back. Do this. Nope. Dang it. All right, let's get this purple. Where's her top? Right here. And then we need to erase. I guess I didn't get that bit. Whoops. Okay, somewhere. Okay. Excuse me. All right, now I think we are ready for this. You've done something no one ever have done, inspired me to get back into art. That's cool. I mean, I appreciate that. You know, sometimes sometimes it just takes a little nudge. You know, somebody you see somebody doing something, and it kind of bumps you back into that state, the creative state. I know I've been there many a time. You know, I see stuff that other people do, and I'm like, oh man, I want to do that. I want to try that. I don't do everything, but um, yeah, like this. If I hadn't gotten back into just digital painting, I probably never would have gotten this book gig, or I would be doing it all um, by hand versus digitally. And that would be, I think, even more difficult. Because if you need to make any changes, now you got to do it all over again. Whereas digital, you can just go back and adjust stuff. Only if you're doing everything on layers. If you're not doing anything on layers, then you might just be like, having to do everything all over again. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom real quick. But let's refresh this. Refresh this and see if I went down. Oh no, we went up to. I went from 299 up to 301. That's good. All right, I'll be back. All right, guys, we're back. We are back in action. Have I seen Dondrell recently? I think maybe in my chat a few sessions ago. I follow him on YouTube, so I'm just checking out what he's doing. He hasn't been live streaming as much as he had been before, but he's been posting a lot more videos and stuff. So he's been posting a lot of images too in his how do you describe it? Your post section on your YouTube page. He's been posting a lot of stuff. So thanks guys for the thumbs up. I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for getting me back up over 300 when I was down to 299. Yep, we're one step closer to 400. I don't know if I'm making that a goal is to get to 400, but I mean, once I start seeing it get up closer to 400, I might be like, oh yeah, look at that. We're going to hit 400. And then it'll be 500, then 600 if we get that. But yeah, I don't think I'll stop. I won't be stopped. I won't stop live streaming anytime soon. I will post until I can't post no more. You hope I can get to at least 1,000? I mean, it might take some time, but you know, like I said, it's only been about 10, going on 11 months since I've been really doing the live stream thing. Might even be less than that. Um, but I think my earliest, let's see, my earliest video at least my earliest live video was 11 months ago. Yeah. So getting close to a full year. And I think I had like 100 and something subscribers when I started because I had some from before. Maybe not even 100. Maybe it was like 100, just over 100. Because of my skateboard videos and some of my art stuff. But yeah, I wasn't really posting much videos either. Oh, yeah, I was doing my style writing stuff and definitely my skateboard edits. I had a bunch of followers, like a lot of my friends and their close friends following me because of that. And those are like from 15 to, what was it, 10 to 15 years ago, are all those. Then I got back into it and started posting. Yeah, some of my earliest posts, and I got back into it about a year ago. And then, yeah, live streaming. Live streaming was definitely 11 months ago. I do have video that I made before that. And I know I was live streaming on Instagram before that too, like a year or two before that, but not much. Uh, Instagram kind of disappointed me with their live streaming because you can only go for like an hour and then they boot you off. I'm like, really? Come on, Meta. They want you to go to Facebook, I guess. I don't know if you can live stream longer on Facebook. But yeah, 300 subs for a year. Probably like, I don't know, maybe a little over 100 for a year, 100 and something for a year. I mean, that's not huge growth, but that's something. think if I did more shorts or more video content, I'd probably get more followers. As far as live streaming, it's probably not going to be that easy to get up into that many followers unless it's really something people are into. But yeah, like me just sitting here drawing digitally, it's not super popular thing for people. But who knows? Maybe people's watching habits will change. They get bored of the same old garbage they watch. So you're competing with a lot of streaming services, a lot of other content creators, other platforms. Shoot. I mean, as far as the content creator is concerned, subscribers are important, but I think what really matters is how many views you get on your content. I think views matter the most. So if you're getting views but you're not getting subscribers, it's probably not a huge loss or a big deal, because at least you're getting those views. But yeah, you definitely want subscribers, but views matter the most. You never really get a lot. Yeah, it takes time. Like some of my earliest lives, I was lucky to get 16 views for my first video, 11 for my second, 9 for my third, 8 for my fourth, then for my fifth, back up to 16, 26 on my seventh, 31 on my eighth, and then back down to 8 for my ninth. So it like varies. It varies on what time and like day you stream at. That's why video content might be more important to uh, attracting people's attention, because yeah, my first video from 15 years ago has 2.1 thousand, so probably 0.1, about 2,000 views maybe. And spread across 15 years, that's not that many views for a video. Like my second is 2.3 thousand or K, and 15 years ago. Again, spread across 15 years, that's not a lot of views. My highest viewed video, let's see, has 8.1 thousand views from 15 years ago. Again, if you spread that across 15 years, um, let's see, 8,000, that'd be like maybe 500 views a year. Yeah, see, I have a lot of 1,000 views early videos from like 15 years ago, and like, I don't even know if anybody watches these anymore. Second most viewed video is like 3.8. I think there was another 3,000, 3.2. which I thought was my better video. I don't know, but the one I got the 8,000 views was for a competition. And I submitted it to that competition, so it got that many views because of that competition. And that's not even 8,000 views. That's not even a lot of views over for a video that's 15 years old. Yeah, but when I got back into it, yeah, 11 views, 26, 65, 21, 19, 11, 9, 30, 31. I mean, one of my most highest ones for my style writing is 92 views, but it's not like people are viewing that stuff anymore unless I repost it. And that's the thing you gotta do is like you gotta constantly repost your stuff, you know, like, doing a year in review, that might help, because you can showcase your content again. Yeah, my sketch drawings, I got like 9, 8, 5, 4 views, 3 views for one. It's like 6 views, 7, 5, 2 views. I mean, these ones somebody viewed like, I don't even know how much of the video they actually watched to count for a view. But yeah, 2 and 3 views, that's kind of sad, but you know, I think if I repost it, like grilled cheese got 52 views, yours got 26 views, and those are some of the last ones I posted. I did do some shorts. My latest short only got 6 views. Next one, 58. The most views I got for a short is 460 views, and I don't even know how that happened. I just happened to post it, and all of a sudden, the view rate just skyrocketed. And 600 views, that's not a lot of views for a short. So, it all comes down to the content, when you post it, where you post it, you know, because, I could probably promote it on my Instagram. I don't know if that would help any. I got too many social media platforms to focus on one in particular. And I don't think you just want to focus on one, but if you want to build that following, it's almost like you have to. Because it's hard to get somebody to go from, say, Instagram to now following you on YouTube. Usually it's kind of the other way around. If they're following you on YouTube, they might be interested in following you on Instagram. But yeah, getting people to jump platforms is not easy because everybody has their preference. All right, Mega. I'm not going anywhere. At least not just yet. Not until the wife asks me to start dinner or do something like take the dog outside. I will be right here trying to get this in. Man, do we get anybody that's interested in what I'm doing tonight? One viewer, which is me. Maybe Mega. I'm not sure. What? Oh no. Oh well. Oh, that's the right color. Why does it seem like that's not the right color? That's weird. Alright, well, we'll just accept that. As that's what it's gonna be. Okay, we got that. Okay. Okay, let's go back. We're gonna listen to Paul talk.
Done in
Whoops.
a short amount of time.
Not Paul
Done in
talk.
a short amount of time.
Nope.
By
Start from the beginning, Paul.
comparisons are
Talk
odious, but
down to Proco.
they can also be useful. Here is a recent drawing by a guy, I'll call him Giga, who has been trying to learn drawing for the last couple of years. And I don't want to call him my student because that's for him to say. But he has been taking advice from me over the internet mostly for quite a while. And he's developed from not being able to do anything to doing this. It's still, if you like, a student drawing, but it's got a lot of good qualities. And I even think that Giga has gotten to a point where artistically or from the point of view of, what should I call it? Let's say technique as the word was understood by all the painters up until about 1960. Here's a drawing posted on one of those Academy Learn How to Draw sites. This is about gesture drawing, and here's what they say about it. Gesture drawing is about observing and capturing the essence of a pose. It emphasizes the flow and rhythm of the pose. Here's a drawing done in a short amount of time by Giga. I wouldn't call these things gesture drawings, and you can call it that. But really, it's an exercise where, indeed, you have to go for the essence of the thing. And what's the essence? Flow and rhythm? Well, those seem to me pretty imprecise ways of talking about it. Really what it is you have to capture the essence of the pose. But what drawing is really about is dealing with the page. And this fast drawing by this professional teacher deals sort of in an okay way with the page. And my point certainly isn't that her drawing is terrible, but I have to say that I much prefer Giga's drawing. Part of the reason that it doesn't have the annoying slickness of the other one is that Giga is still developing, and it doesn't have the thing fully mastered, except that everything in his drawing is, how should I put it, it's honest. There's nothing there that's supposed to be flashy and gee whiz. He's just struggling to express the volumes and place them in the page in a forceful and commanding way. It may not seem like a big deal, but he's indicating a little bit at least the space that the figure is in. Whereas this other drawing is only concerned with this gesture thing with flow and rhythm and so on, and fancy things like emphasizing the top of the thigh and the bottom of the shin. You know, it's this snazzy stuff that doesn't really mean anything. Whereas every line in Giga's drawing is a struggle towards something. And the effect is powerful. This figure is starting to lean forward. You can start to tell where the arms and the legs are going, the direction of the head, and so on. And if you look at the page is interesting. Now, here's a drawing by Proco, who's a famous internet drawing teacher. And of course, this is a very, very snazzy drawing. But what's its
on the
relationship to
page? Yeah.
It doesn't have one. You could, to start to give this figure a
It's like,
relationship
first
to the
off, why
page,
didn't you
have to
go
put the page
horizontal
way down.
with the page?
And also, there's no space around the figure. It's all about a rendering. And the rendering is very snazzy, but that's all it is. Now, here's another drawing by Giga. And suddenly, we've got something that's completely monumental. The page feels like it's been turned into this carved stone. Now, this is something fabulous. And again, there's all sorts of things that you can complain about in the drawing. It doesn't have the gee whiz quality of the proto and fancy lights and shadows and so on, though it does have light in it. But it's got this weight and monumentality and this quality of turning the page into this magical thing that art can do. And talk about rhythm and that sort of thing. The drawing it sort of pulses. The lines themselves,
Hey, Mega,
apart from
welcome
what they're
back.
representing, are doing something. The way the fabric is drawn, if you look at any one of them, you can say, well, you know, what's it about? But when you look at the ensemble of it, it's this powerful thing where every line is alive as itself, as a line, as a mark. this is what makes a thing artistic. It's not just what you do, it's how you do it. And when you're drawing, what you're doing is you're taking a piece of paper and you're putting marks on it. That's the essence of the thing. So the marks are the language. You're speaking a language. You're saying something in a language. Okay, so what you're saying, now Proko is saying, okay, here's this fancy girl with this breast that's all has lots of light on it. And Giga is dealing with this overweight model who is not, she's not hot. She's just a large person.
She's not hot, just a large person.
Proko's lines are all about doing this rendering thing and giving this picture that's going to focus on this breast with too much light on it. Whereas Giga has made something
Yeah,
that really is
that's true.
turning a page into this poem where every mark, every word of this poem is adding up to talking to us not just about this figure, about these volumes and forms, but the whole space, the whole thing is, this is a work of art. It's not a render. Classical work, in scare quotes, by our old friend Damien Chavez, compared to one of Giga's drawings. Damien would surely find this drawing completely nothing. And one of the things in Damien's drawing is that there's the shoulder that's near, even though it's kind of collapsed, and you feel the turn of the back and going back towards the other shoulder, which turns away. Well, the same thing is happening in Giga's drawing. Giga's also expressing the twist of the torso and the relation of the head to the body. He's doing all these basic things. Now, it's not a smooth and rather flabby rendering of the model. It's got more guts to it. It has a kind of authority, whereas the other thing is a pretty image. All right, now here's a Frazetta. Damien and a lot of these classical realist people admire Frazetta, and Frazetta is really terrific. Now, let's look a little bit carefully at the thing. What Frazetta is doing is not being realistic. There's all kinds of unrealistic things in this drawing. But what he does is he puts guts into it. Compare these legs. Well, I mean, of course, it's a woman compared to a man. But even so, look at the knobbiness and the crazy curviness of it. And look at the right thigh of this guy. It's unrealistically long, and it's coming from this funny angle. But that's such a great thing. It gives the figure this wonderful feeling. Damien gives a feeling to his figure also, except that he insists that it's all about absolute accuracy, whereas very clearly in the case of Frazetta, it's not. Now, compare this. It's a copy I made in the Louvre of the legs of a Greek statue, and these aren't exactly completely naturalistic, but look how different the Frazetta legs are. They're not realistic at all. They're all about expressing this thing he wants to express. This is what legs really look like. Now we're very far away from Frazetta and much closer to classical realism. Look at these goofy things that someone thinks is a good example of drawing. And once again, it's just rendering with goofy proportions and so on. But maybe it's actually like an exact model, and there's good rendering things about it. But how can you compare it to something that's really starting to be a work of art? Something that's really trying to say something about the character of the pose, the character of volumes, the space that they're in, and also dealing with the page in an interesting way. I'm sure most people would be much more impressed by this drawing on the right, which has a lot of qualities. But it's the artist is completely concentrated on rendering, on making effects. The lines aren't things in themselves. The page isn't really dealt with. The space doesn't open up. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that it's not ambitious enough. It's not artistic enough. It's too much about arriving at certain limited technical goals, which once you really get into painting and drawing, are the easiest things to do. They may seem like the most difficult, and for many people, they're the most impressive. But once you start to get into it, they're the least interesting and the least impressive. That doesn't mean that they don't have their charm and they don't have their place. But it's a secondary place. It's something that can add charm to drawings. But the real essence of draftsmanship is about speaking the language, powerfully speaking the language of draftsmanship.
Okay, I like. Let's see, we want 2 hours ago. Was that really 2 hours ago? Or was that more hours ago? Videos. Let's go from oldest, 1 year ago. The return, let's start with this one.
I feel
I swear I put it
vaguely
on this.
inspired to start up another YouTube channel. This morning I just rediscovered one of my favorite YouTubers. He's an Algerian who lives in England. His YouTube channel is Aldo Storone,
Oops.
and he does his YouTubing in French. Anyway, I saw an interview with him. He's become such a famous YouTuber that he's been picked up by other media. And there's some podcast that just did an interview with him, and he talked about his relationship or his history with YouTube. And it made me think of what happened.
Okay, that is the same color.
I'm pretty, how should I say? I'm angry at YouTube. And
Really?
I
Okay.
hate Google. I really do sort of hate Google.
So
And as a
that,
result,
it's not the
after I was
darkest dark I am
thrown
getting.
off YouTube,
This is
I did my
now.
best to separate myself from Google as much as I could. And one of the things I did was to get rid of my email, my Gmail address. And that turned out to be a terrible problem because in France, everything practically is now done by internet. They don't even have any more bureaucrats. They didn't have bureaucrats. I don't know what they're doing. Anyway, there are no people anymore. It's just internet interface. To such an extent that now they've had to start up these, they call them local missions, all over the place, because naturally there's lots of people who can't do anything but internet. So when I had my wallet stolen last year, right before I came to America. So that I no longer have a driver's license, I no longer have my French identity card. And I thought that that might be a problem for my coming back to France. And I tried at that moment with the help of a woman I know who's very, very good with these things and very good on her computer. And it turned out that because I'd gotten rid of my Gmail address, I could not access my connection with the French government system, and we were completely blocked from doing the things that needed to be done to get a new license and identity. Anyway, that's just, well, that's an interesting little story because it's one more indication of how the world is going. So I guess what that adds up to is that in a certain way you can't get away from Google. And my attitude is not, if you can't beat them, join them. But I guess I see that doing anything on the internet means dealing to one extent or another with Google. Also, though dealing with YouTube was quite nasty, I wasn't actually, it wasn't YouTube, the management of YouTube or the algorithms or whatever, that wrecked my channel. And I tell that story. I must tell that in some videos. There ought to be video evidence. I certainly talk about it in several videos. It had to do with the Chinese, and I'll just tell that story. I was caught up in various YouTube circles, including the circle around people like who used to be known as Melky and VDR. And that was a circle that overlapped with white nationalism and those kinds of things. So that I was in debates with those kinds of people, among other things, on YouTube. And bit by bit, I realized that those groups were infiltrated by the Chinese army. The Chinese have a branch of their army which is dedicated to doing things like that, infiltrating YouTube channels. And what they do is they become one of the guys, and then they start trying to influence by going along with anything that's anti-American or anti-Western. And once they get a hold of that, then they start pushing pro-Chinese stuff, saying things like, well, you know, China's so well organized, and it's going to take over the world, and, you know, America's finished. And I
okay.
saw that this wasn't just some misguided, silly person. This was organized. And I got into some serious fights with these people. And I think the biggest one was in the comments section of one of Rupert Morris's videos. I don't know if Rupert Morris is still on YouTube. I can't find his station here. There's so many Rupert Morris things. can't find his channel. Rupert is a New Zealander. And I had battles with these people on different platforms. Maybe Twitter, I can't remember. But certainly in the comment sections of my videos, which YouTube then wiped out, so the evidence of that is gone. But I accuse these people of doing what they were doing, and I tried to banish them from wherever I was. And eventually, they ganged up on me, and they mass flagged my channel. And I know that because I was in these battles and doing videos telling about these battles. I think I describe some of the battles and give evidence for it in some of my videos, which are on Odyssey, which were saved by Odyssey. And then I did some video in which I talked about that. And then what always happened with my videos, I would put my videos up on YouTube, and right away I would always get one not liked. And then the video would get whatever it got, 200, 300, 400 views, and there'd be certain people would comment and so on. Well, what happened that morning, I put the video up, and right away there were 11 not likes. So what happened was, they're obviously working in rooms together. Maybe they're not all in China. Some of them might be other places. Some of them might not even be Chinese. Some of them might be paid by China or rewarded in whatever way. Anyway, this one guy, I just picture him in some basement in Beijing with his team, and there's 11 of them. Or maybe there's supposed to be 12, and one guy was going to the bathroom. Anyway, I don't know. Anyway, bang, 11 dudes. And then right away, I don't know how on Twitter or something, but right away I pointed this out. I screen copied it and sent it out and talked about it. And lo and behold, they all disappeared. And then, very quickly, YouTube threw me off. I didn't have a strike at that point. I mean, I've had some strikes over the years, but I was just suddenly thrown off with no warning, no strikes, no warning. I was just thrown off, and I thought that my videos had been wiped out. I don't save my videos because I don't have a good internet connection. My telephone is my whole internet. And one of the reasons for that is that the only way I can get internet where I am is by something called WeMax. And I had WeMax for a while, and it cost a lot of money and didn't work any better than the telephone. It was not a good connection. It's something by radio waves, local radio waves. I also was part of an experiment. They took 3 little towns in the department of France where I am, and they tried to have internet by the electric lines. And what they have to do then is they have to have relays that jump over the transformers or something. It's pretty complicated. And that went on for about a year, and it never worked properly, and there would be interruptions of 10 days every now and then. And now they put up towers everywhere, so the telephone connection is pretty good. But back when I was a YouTuber, the connection was not good. It would often be, my telephone connection would often be interrupted for a week. Sometimes I would have to drive over to a tower, one of the telecommunications towers, and sit under the tower and let my videos upload. So it was much more, well, it was quite cumbersome being a YouTuber, and if I did long videos, it was kind of a problem. So everything happens on my phone, and got these old computers, and I'm not. It's not that I'm not techie. I'm fairly techie, but I don't like tech. I like paintbrushes. I like shovels. I've done a lot of tech stuff. I'm good at Photoshop. I did typography, or whatever those things were called, and I know how to use InDesign. And back in the day, I made a lot of websites. And I did a lot, so it's not like I'm not a, and I edit, I know how to do video editing and audio editing and all this. So I'm not a non-techie, but I like to keep it as simple as possible. And when it comes to code words and all the security stuff, I can't do it. That just recently got me in more trouble because I used to have this Samsung phone, which is dying, so I got this new phone, Yomi or something, whatever it's called. And as a result, I lost all my stuff because I don't have the codes. Anyway, so to get back to what I'm talking about. So when YouTube wiped out my channel, because I don't save my videos because I'm not techie, I didn't want to. So what I was trying to say before I got off track is that I only have these old computers, which I like because they've got these old programs on that I like and that I use, and that now like I have InDesign on an old XP computer, and it won't. Now you have to rent it online and so on. I can't do that because. So I like to keep these old computers, and I didn't want to get a new computer that would interface well with the phones I had back then, so I saved them. That would be more time, hooking up to things. I just didn't want to do that. So I didn't save my videos, but Wander saved all the videos. I didn't. Well, I knew he was archiving some videos anyway, that some people were saving some of my videos. But I thought the channel was completely wiped out. And I worked pretty hard on some of those videos, particularly some of the more organized teaching videos. And that wasn't it wasn't the end of the world for me that all my videos should be lost. But it did feel very nasty. And not only the videos, but the conversations in the comment sections. It's something I put a lot of time into, and I felt that there were valuable things there. And also, and it turned out that Wander had archived my videos. But then, okay, so Wander's got this archive of them, so what about it? And eventually, it also turned out, at that point, I'd been going back and forth with Odyssey, trying to get away from YouTube. I tried several times to get away from YouTube. And I tried BitChute, I tried Rumble. Rumble is now blocked in France. And anyway, so I tried Odyssey. And I always drifted back to YouTube because it was so much better. Odyssey is getting much better, but apparently a lot of people can't see videos on Odyssey for whatever reasons. So Odyssey is much better. The comment section is better in Odyssey, but nothing is as good as YouTube. So it was really a nasty thing that was like that. It turned out that Odyssey, according to what I've read about Odyssey, there was a whole formula, how many subscribers you have on YouTube. They would copy everything over if you lost your YouTube station. And there was a formula. And according to their formula, they're only supposed to save like 200 of my videos. well, it turns out they saved all my videos right from the beginning, except for the videos that were private, and except for the videos that YouTube had already destroyed. And some of the private videos, there weren't very many, but it's kind of sad because some of them were conversations I'd had with my father before he died. So it's nasty. It's just nasty. Anyway, so all the videos are saved on Odyssey, and Wander saved them. So okay, the videos exist; they're sort of accessible, but none of the conversations. So YouTube is next. But I really liked it because what I liked about YouTube was getting in touch with people. And eventually, it turned into something, particularly with painting. That was my initial thing with YouTube. To get in touch with painters. And you know, I liked keeping my channel small. Aldo Sloan has a big channel, and he also likes being in touch with the people who are watching. But he spends a lot of time doing it. And he's made
Nice.
it public on WhatsApp, and he talks to people. He must spend a lot of time doing it. I spend a lot of time doing it, but not that much time because I only had I think I had maybe 50 or 100 hardcore call talk watchers. I usually got about 300 views, but 300 views really meant when you look at the stats, it was always like this. And it turned out, it was always like 25%, whatever that final number, were people who actually watched the video. So 25% of 300 is whatever it is, 75. And that was fun. And not all of them communicated, but I had people that I was regularly in touch with, and I enjoyed it. And getting in fights with, people or in debates with people on YouTube, I really enjoyed that. Wrangling with Nucky or other people. And because I was a little bit involved in YouTube in the early 2000s. Or even, not maybe before. Whatever it was. And there used to be reaction videos. And so they got rid of that, but you can still react in a video. So, but anyway, it's more and more complicated. And now YouTube is nasty because of the commercials. There's commercials on everything, and they interrupt all the time. It's terrible, and they're so obnoxious. So anyway, this is so maybe I'll get YouTube call talk up and running again. We'll see, because I get these thoughts, like the thoughts I'm expressing here, and I like to express them. And so Wander wants to do a much more organized painting thing. So I think that's probably a good idea. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. So I won't do any painting talk.
Excuse me, guys.
Technical or whatever. I'll reserve that for the others. And I'll just use this as a letting off steam. I'll just talk a little bit about what's going on. I tried to make a video the other day and failed about what's going on with the Persian situation. If I do a next video, it will probably be to read a letter I just wrote about what's going on. So there was this hearing, and there were two hearings about this appeal, and anyway, it turns out that the appeal was rejected, and I have no information. I don't know what's going to happen. Anyway, it was early September. It was like October 3rd that I went to America. So about a year has gone by since I ran off to America. I thought for 3 months maximum. And I ended up staying there for 9 months, working on this Persian book. And since I've come back, a lot of things have happened. There was the painting camp, and other things have been going on here. And so I'm only since yesterday had a chance to settle down. It was a little bit in July. I was able to settle down a little bit. So I'm trying to get settled down and try to get organized and try to get my life back into control a little bit. And between the whole COVID thing, when I went to America, there were still COVID restrictions a year ago. And also, because I'd lost my French residency card, I really thought I might have trouble getting back. It was a wrenching decision to go take care of Aaron's art. And so I didn't know, but I was fearful that it might mean a terrible sacrifice of not being able to get back here. But I felt that strongly about what I owed to Aaron's art.
Spent a lot of time, huh? I've done that before, looking for old pictures, just searching every corner of every device I have.
But for his art, because I really think that his art is that important. There's other artists that I love, but I wouldn't do that for other artists. And I'll just mention that a nice thing happened. My father had a lot of stuff left over. My father wasn't like Aaron, where Aaron had 99% of everything he'd done right there at his house. My father wasn't that way, but he did have a lot of stuff left over, which was then in the storage bin. It's a whole horrible story. Anyway, the local museum in Ithaca, New York, was eager to take my father's stuff. And I've been a little bit in contact with them, and they're thrilled to have all this stuff from my father. So well, that's great. That's great that this nice museum is going to value and take care of my father's work. What's left over. I mean, there was probably hundreds of paintings, drawings, and some sculptures. So that's a load off my mind. But Aaron's different because, it was all right there. So at least for now, I can congratulate myself that I saved Aaron's work. I'm truly fearful that Altfeld Incorporated is going to destroy a lot of it. I suspect them of wanting to use some of it for their nasty financial purposes. That, you know, as long as it saves the work, I'm for it. But, you know, Aaron's work needs more than that. There should be a retrospective, and effort should be made to make his work known. It's important for the world. Anyway. As usual, I got off the track. What I was getting ready to say, and getting lost in my endless parenthetical thoughts, was that between what's gone on with the COVID restrictions and the nasty repression that occurred for 2 years, and then this other year, I've sort of become a nervous wreck. I've been coming to feel and see that about myself. I'm a little bit worried about myself. So I spent a lot of time last week. I have a friend who's
excuse me, guys.
So I've been helping him harvest his grapes and make the wine and stamping on the grapes and all these things.
Excuse me.
It's been a kind of therapy for me. And I'm setting aside time for reading. And I'm writing a book. And that's going pretty well. I've written 2 chapters, and my idea is to serialize it in news commands. I hope that can get done. There's not much going on the Discord. So I don't know, because I can't do the news commands myself. People have to do it. It doesn't take a lot of people, but there has to be more than just one article by me. There has to be. People have to want to show their work and say a little bit of something. You can have a magazine with something. So that's where things are at.
You know Harbor Freight for affordability, but durability goes right along with it. You see, we test and then retest again. Now it's time for you to put us to the test. Whatever you do, do it for us at Harbor Freight.
Okay, dang ads. Dude, why didn't it keep going with Paul Talk?
There's one driving age dog that was like really trying to get me to hang out one night, and I'm just like,
Okay, you're trying to go to Paul Talk.
So it didn't say.
Yep, I already watched that. The art of Hunter Biden as an artist. Well, let's listen to this.
here I am chatting with Paul Roberts. What are you doing with you, Paul? Well, publishing a lot of books. Okay. The first title would be something called Art in the Age of Anxiety. Why does it pique interest? Because God is good at situations. It's not just about religion, but it's about existential angst. That's like a joke line, but it's true. It's psychological. Yeah, but also intellectual. There's, for instance, the idea of truth is more or less dissolved. And the idea of beauty is dissolved. The idea of reality is dissolved. We've gotten into this situation where it's pretty strange, and it's having all kinds of effects. I call it the contemporary artization of contemporary
contemporary art is this wonderful thing, and suddenly anything is art. And this is this idea is an establishment idea, but and that came in the 1960s, which is like half a century ago, and now that idea has progressed and it's everywhere. And now anything is anything. And it's everything. And the same thing in politics. I mean, there's this political circus that's been going on now. It's really ramped up in the last 6 or 7 years. Where, who are these people? What do they think? They can do anything. Anything's real. Anything's real. Electric cars. We do that. Everybody's going to walk on their heads. And
Well, so how does this affect the art? What is
well, the art world is and has been for a long time a gigantic fake. And there's more art. There are more museums, galleries, etc., everything you could ask for than have ever existed before. And it's all a big nothing. What is it? What? Nothing. It's a huge fake game that is, well, the destruction happened long ago. So it's just grinding the powder into finer powder until it's just dissolved in the air and has infected everything. It's a hopeless farce.
so well beyond that? What is a painter, a young artist, of any sort of thing find in the book?
The way they're gonna. This book explains exactly how and why this situation came to be, and how we eventually reached the 1960s, and what exactly caused the collapse, and what exactly caused the emergence of contemporary art, and what, how, and why, and who is involved in that whole structure, this whole art thing that you're working on. And at the same time, it's going to explain the thing that entered a struggle with ideology starting in the late 18th century, and exactly the stages by which this thing that was painted became nothing. All the phases it went through. So this.
Remember the first time I stumbled into your stream making poop jokes with grilled cheese?
Beginning of an education.
Yeah.
Surely it's not
I was like, man, I hope these guys don't turn into super trolls.
It's something, but it's not art.
I was like, I don't want to have to ban these guys, but, you know, I'll just let you guys do your thing as long as it didn't get too out of hand. And, yeah, it was good. It wasn't. I didn't have to worry. That was the thing. I was like, man, is this something I'm gonna have to worry about now? Like,
See, the same
but yeah.
color
Oh, I remember it. I was like, I better keep an eye on these guys.
Okay, so let's say that you couldn't call that pile of garbage art. Would anybody do it?
But I understood. I mean, it's
If they couldn't call it art,
people on the internet,
there might be a reason to do that.
and
There might
they
be
just
something in that.
trying to find a space to be
Or other things. You know, take any of
be
these,
themselves
artistic
and enjoy
They
themselves,
might be something
and
in
not
themselves.
trying to cause any
If you call
harm.
them art, I say they wouldn't happen because they only happen as a way.
Yeah, I was like, these guys were hopped up on lots of sugar.
And therefore to garner prestige.
These guys had a lot of sugar.
Prestige of this old art, which has been proclaimed irrelevant and irrecuperable, and it's been made irrecuperable by.
All right, I think I got the hand down better than what I had before. The fingers were way too short. These are so much better, and hopefully I can
Well,
get
it's
these
all about
ones that
people.
way too.
And it's about existential angst because people want to feel good about themselves. And today you have to be a creator. If you're not a creator today, you're nothing. You're just a cipher. You have to be. You have to realize yourself.
Certainly the same effect with books. There's never been more books.
If you're a reader.
And they're for the readers. Who consumes the art being read?
Well, for a long time, I sold many over-the-counter things. I'm no longer active, so I don't buy it. So I make payments, and sometimes for the logical and amicable reasons, I show them on video so people can visit me and see them. And maybe something eventually will happen to them, or they'll get killed to the dump, or whatever's going to happen to them. I can't worry about it because I don't want to participate in anything. I love making paintings, and I hope I make nice paintings. It's not what makes me feel like a person. It's something I like to do, something I hope I can manage to do well. And if it brings pleasure to other people, it's better. If it's useful in some way. But it's not something that's part of our society. And maybe one day it will be again. And maybe my painting can be valuable to somebody or some people. But since I can't do anything about that, I'm not going to worry about it.
Why bother?
I did it because it interests me.
All right. Well, let's see. So you will be publishing in March of this year.
Even earlier, perhaps.
Looking for other things as fast as we possibly can from the ground. From Brown, who is painting you?
You just ate an entire bag of spicy Funyuns and now your mouth is on fire. I'm sure you'll recover.
There's no longer an establishment of any kind.
It's a good feeling, right?
Is
It means you're alive. Your mouth is on fire. You're alive.
do anything with that recognition. So
Is that a crisis of creation or creation?
it represents these fakers and pirates who have come in and promoted what before was a real thing.
I need to check some social media. Lowbrow art.
But there's no art world. There's people who are not in contact with each other. The situation is so dispersed and diluted, and so much of it is so fake, and so pathetically amateur, and so covered over in a whipped cream of pretension and existential angst that it's pretty discouraging. My feeling is that people who are serious about it, or who want to be serious about it, if you gather together in a little group of the people I've managed to contact, we're talking about a handful of people. So
What's
they
this?
can be there for
Pay
each
or
other,
request share file.
and maybe some things can happen for them. Anybody can sell paintings. The paintings are being sold all over the place. So it's not like a painter makes those paintings can sell them. But
So the market is kind of destroyed its ability to be market.
yeah, there's no more arbitration at all. Sure. People go into the place and want something on their walls or whatever, and they can make a little choice or something.
So there's still a decorative.
Right, except that
it's so, there's no.
It hurts so
no
bad.
alignment.
Go drink some milk.
So there has to
Is
be
that
a
what?
line
Does
that
milk
is,
help?
and such thing, it's not a coalesced, they use the classical realism for that. But its results are not that. So I, I see that as a possible thing that can happen and be helpful to me. Or maybe something else might happen that would surprise me.
What about the role of museums?
You're in your room chugging water. I don't know if water helps. It might make it worse. Just spreads the spiciness around in your mouth.
Have the experience you can have these wonderful things. And then they became machines about money and prestige. And they started having stores in them, which they never had. And I remember the Met when there was no store. And now they're devoting a huge section of it to the huge
No,
store.
I remember that too.
Wait, let me see here.
Museums used to be free, and now they want money.
This one does have sound in it.
They're crowded. They used to be empty. So they're now sort of culture reserves. And again,
It's a bit like the way
Oh,
Cambridge states in the United States.
right,
And toy stores.
right.
It's very disorienting. We don't know really what. The one thing you can assert out of it is that you won't be able to find what you're looking for. Right? Nobody who works behind the counter
Knows anything about
will
anything.
be able to do anything but look up and do an internet search. Right?
And you can do yourself on this.
Right?
Where is it?
There's no curatorial merit left in
it's not even in here.
And that's your question, what place do they have? Is that they have the same place as the other aspects of the art world. They're sucking up oxygen. They're making things bad. They're promoting bad things, and they're distorting. They're maintaining this illusion, this dark, foul-smelling cloud. What I experienced all through my years was that the museum was what it was. Nothing changed. And then, in the late 70s and 80s, they started moving pictures out of that time. And then they would get rid of the old masters and start putting in contemporary work more and more. And there's some museums in Europe where they just got rid of all the old things completely. They have nothing to contemporary. The fixity, what it was before, was like this eternal thing. You could go back to the museum and you always knew where you were going to see certain things. Okay, that means you couldn't see other things because the Met, for example, has huge stores of stuff you never see. And every night, something will change or show up. There's a beautiful ukulele which I would like to see. Otherwise, you don't need to see those other things because there's so much. Each of these masterpieces is so rich that the Met was already infinite in what it showed.
I wonder if omnipresent virtuality doesn't have something to do with this as well. Because earlier you were talking about museums and temples, and I know how modernism has replaced original art.
Okay, all right, blue sky. There you go. I don't know why.
Things exist in physical spaces that are made by people. That's
Like post, 10 posts, follow 7 accounts. Blue sky is better with friends. Remember, remember when you made the holy grilled cheese and mega halo drawing? Oh yeah, it's only been what, a month ago? Yep. Yep, I got the inspiration bug and I was like, let me just make these things.
100% about
Maybe I'll revisit them and then do them,
content is purely cerebral.
animate them differently.
But they're not about themselves. They're like signs.
And in that sense, they're
I
useful.
need to do, wait,
For instance, I use the example of a stop sign.
that's right.
Well, a stop sign,
Soft
okay, it
brush
has a
now.
graphic presence, but that's not what it's about. It's about giving you a message. It's a message about something.
Yeah, I thought about doing some for some other followers, but we'll see.
Right. And so it's not, if you take it as some kind of beautiful thing,
It has to
you're
be
putting a
a,
it has some
has
kind
to
of aesthetic
in-
aspect.
inspire
But
me in some
that's
way,
not what it is. What it is a message. And
or the
contemporary art
inspiration needs to
has
strike,
evolved into pure message. And the
or else I
message,
just
of
won't
course,
do it.
I mean, you can talk about what the message is. The message is non-artistic because it's clear. The point of it is the posturing, the
Oops.
lyrical posturing or virtuosism by the artists or the curators. If it were interesting, it would at least be interesting, but is it interesting? I had a funny experience because once I encountered a pile of garbage in a room that wasn't perfectly well. They were trying to turn this place, which they hadn't yet really fixed up right, into a contemporary art museum, and there was a pile of garbage, and I really thought it was a pile of sweepings until I.
Oh, really?
But it's been going on for a century now, this pushing something ugly at you and saying, this is what it is.
We may be in a moment now where, and it's a private moment where, we've all been confronted with the same sorts of fears, writ large, and have had to make decisions in the near term or present.
So, how did you feel when you saw that for the first time? That would be my question.
I think that it's going to take a long while before we understand the practical problems, but the general.
Like, of course, it wasn't something you guys were really expecting.
Everyone had to make a choice. And
So, when you saw it, what were your thoughts?
that's a way of thinking. Everyone, you're not left indifferent. We're a long way from perfect.
Oops, I forgot. I gotta add.
So you've got that sort of
Gotta add. Gotta add.
I can't escape Goya because it's so full of anxiety to me.
The anxiety that inspired my title is a longer lasting, lower level thing than that. Now you're talking about this, they've upped the game. We're becoming cyborgs. You get injected with these things, you get these implants, you get these operations that adjust and everything becomes modular. And so now we have an appendage, telephone, which not only tracks us, but through which we do a lot of our experiencing. I think what it's about is experiencing the fireworks through the telephone. Because they're doing this and they're looking at the phone. Or they could just be looking at the fireworks, but no, it's looking at, and
I mean, it's the same. I mean, we've all seen the picture of the people in front of the phone that they put the Mona Lisa and let's take a picture of them. For God's sake.
it's like, there's a lot of phenomena like this. Games, it's like a game. Games are like a vacation from life. It's another little life where you can live a limited life that we master in a certain sense. Not that you win the game, but it's a world that we know. And so it's a little vacation for life in which we get to be like a God. So the telephone,
We can cheat.
well,
We can enter code and
Right.
walk through walls.
right, but that's even something else. Life is mystery, and don't master it, no matter how good you get at it. But with the telephone, you bring it all into this box that you master, so you can see it. It's this wonderful picture.
It's diminished.
It becomes the thing that you're. It helps you to be godlike in the world. In other words, to have
a power and control. It becomes your thing. And it's comforting in a world of anxiety. And it's an escape. It's like we escape in the games. Now, of course, video games are obviously a form of very important escape. But if you just take people who play chess or checkers, that's the fundamental thing. It's fun, and you know what you're doing. You're going into this little world. So,
I'm very, very interested in games, and I think that's games are like this term I was talking about earlier with respect to COVID. If COVID had never happened, I would be even more attentive to games, just as a societal force. It's almost too big. I have a very hard time with it. So fast, if you can only sort of, you can see one part of it. It's part of college to get on to that subject. But anyway, if you know of anyone who writes well about games, please have a contact.
but the game itself is on the board.
That's a separate space in itself in a way that powerful is.
It's dealing with that world, which is in a way so much more, in a certain way, so much more gratifying. It's not exactly the right way to put it, but
I think this, this might explain, for me, in my mid-50s, sort of sudden popularity of combat sports. What I'm really trying to get at is an articulation of what incarnate means. Used to have clear meaning, which has become, which is called into question about omnipresent virtual. So
content, everything becomes concept, and even our bodies, with contact sport, though extreme sports, all these extreme sports, they abstract from the body. You start doing things that bodies really weren't made to do. You know, jumping off mountains and bungee jumping and all these things. Now, okay, but it's a little bit like it's a certain kind of virtual reality. Amusements are a little bit different from a game. A game is a little world where you get to make choices and where there's the possibility of this fulfillment in the sense of winning or losing. You know, so it's a story.
Bringing this back around the car, I suppose that what enjoys so much about party installations is that the choices we make is in some ways, and it's either get with the curator or be recreated. It's either get with the curator or move on. The most polite it ever is, it's not free. That's the limit of.
And also, that's right. And also, what you have to get with is something that you have to correct yourself to do that.
Well,
Well, the whole thing. I mean, it's always somehow really offensive. And I've got this concept of the green triangle.
tell me.
Well, so I make these nice paintings, and of course, that's garbage. But if I put a green triangle in the middle of the
Oh, I
painting,
see.
that would be good, because that would be my good housekeeping seal of how I am in contempt of the past,
Right.
how I hate beauty, and all this old stuff that is no longer relevant, and I'm with it because I desecrate.
So whatever you put on the canvas that someone might otherwise object to is saved by just quotation marks you throw around it.
Well, what someone,
Painting
the
is
someone
really-
you're talking about is someone who's insisting on this correct view of things. Because there are a lot of nice people, you know, they look at this pretty painting and say, oh, I like that. That's good.
Yeah.
Innocent still is.
Oh, it's right there, yeah.
Well, even people that goes, you know, I'm just, you know, people who are not, there are uncorrected accounts.
Well, it is uncorrected. Also,
Well, often, usually, it's very rare that a sophisticated person is uncorrected. That is rare. It's the rare, that's the rarest species. And you look at what's happened to you, it's all about correction.
well, I understand the value.
Maybe, but for me, it's just,
I don't know.
well, it's just, it's something I wanted. I wanted to go see them. See that great thing. Wow. I just love it.
No, I think
But,
well, you're always ambushed by the garbage piles always made
no,
somewhere.
but I mean, I'd like to go to the museum, these things, hundreds to look at them. The experiences of this taste experience.
I mean, there's some museums that are just fabulous buildings, but, you know, I mean, I'm thinking of the Museum of Some. You know, I want to catch a train with them.
The museum website is offensive because it's like all these modern museums. The museum is the event.
Yeah.
And, so they all,
It's
levels
not-
change, you're suddenly in a
Right.
tiny dark room,
Right.
and then you're crossing this big wide space where there's nothing, and then you gotta watch out, you're gonna bump into something.
It's very distracting. Right?
It's like Bilbao, it's the experience of the museum. The artists, everybody's an artist now, so the architect's an artist, the curators of the artists, people are going to the museum because of existential angst. Because you have to be interested in art. And
Well, no, that's social pressure. It's not existential angst.
Yeah,
That's already a pretty high order of thinking to,
but social pressure of that kind comes out of existential angst. Because it's social pressure that has to do with being creative. It's not social pressure to wear a blue ribbon or everything's called creation. Now, that's a new thing. Painting used to be like carpentry. There's a difference between painting and carpentry, but fundamentally, painting offers all these wonderful possibilities. And carpentry does what it does. And so these were things you would do, and writing is the same thing. But now, everything has become a kind of creation. No more maids, surface technicians, this kind of thing. Everything has to be elevated into this prestigious thing. And the most prestigious thing is art. You know, that's the business of art and place and religion. And why is that? That's because man is the origin of being instead of God. God said, let there be light. No, man said, let there be a pile of garbage. Whatever it is, we designate the meaning. We decide what is.
Well, maybe it's done now, but there was a time in the mid-90s where people were trying to take the cues from science in the arts and the arts.
Oh, yeah.
And
Absolutely.
it resulted in
But they still are.
yeah, well,
Sure. But in all different kinds of ways, because that's our metaphysics now. We use materials, metaphysics. And so I call it an orientation. It's this wrong orientation. Because, okay, there's a material aspect to life.
Wait a second. How did that get missed?
And that's interesting because they intersect. It's not just this one thing. It's That's the business of incarnation. Okay, what is incarnated? And that incarnated thing, what is it without incarnation? We lose that when you have the scientific outlook, because you have the carnation without the in. Just the meat, without the life.
Like surrealism had the good taste to go away after a while, but you know, you didn't have to. It would have been a mistake to devote your life to it. It was a trap. But if you attend to God, you slowly become God yourself. I'm thinking now again of this term, but I'm thinking of feeling now that the usual valences are no longer there. And this goes from politics goes to interpersonal relationships. And that's choosing what to ignore. I mean, I think so much can be safely ignored, and it's an increasingly important skill.
Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting closer. Oh boy, we're getting
It
closer.
slowly pushed us down the slippery slope.
I mean, we haven't been down to cases. I'm certainly not going to do that.
You won't name names?
Well, I won't name names, but I don't pay attention to things that I don't think deserve attention. Eden fellowship with like-minded people is increasingly important to me, but I would hope that it's increasingly important to others.
Okay, go back. Where? Oldest. Curious about this one.
I'm going to talk about the paintings of Hunter Biden and Judith Kudlow. Here is some clipped video from 2 years ago.
Hunter Biden had successfully sold his first 5 pieces of artwork, according to Friday Report. At least 5 prints went for $75,000 each, according to an unnamed source. The buyers' identities were not made public.
Hunter Biden, artist. Hunter Biden's artwork is on display at this gallery in New York's trendy Soho neighborhood, where it's being reported that some of his pieces could sell for up to a whopping $500,000. Quite the price tag for an artist in his first ever showing. But are they worth it? Ben Davis is with ArtNet News.
That would put him in the top tier of the hottest emerging artists.
We asked the art critic to give his assessment of the paintings by the president's troubled son. You're an art critic.
Let's see what this dude has to say.
Are these paintings any good? I would say from what I've seen, they're like a grab bag of uninspired and vaguely promising.
Grab
Oh,
bag of
that's fair.
uninspired.
How do you prevent a purchaser paying too much so as to ingratiate themselves with the first family?
Obviously, as financial transactions, Biden's paintings are just a total scam. And it's wonderful in the sense that it shows exactly what art has been for decades and decades. So I love that about it. But I don't think that this is being fair to Biden as an artist.
Okay, true art should be beautiful art, something that can be enjoyed, something that calms the spirit, replenishes the soul, lifts us toward our better angels. You see this picture? This is by the president's son. There it is, right up there.
Now, Larry Kudlow, husband of Judith Kudlow, the painter, is going to give us his opinion about art.
This is not true art. This is craft. It's the worst kind of abstract art. It is falsehood art. It is scam art. It is fake art. It is some kind of bizarre, anti-establishment, left-wing badness. They're trying to sell this stuff for $500,000 a painting.
what makes it crap? What makes it bad and ugly? Obviously, it's a scam to sell it for all that money because
Yeah.
tons of people are doing work like that. But I don't think it's so bad and ugly.
Yeah. See, that picture? This is beautiful. Classical art. What is called natural realism. It's real art. It's so good that even our friends of the liberal persuasion love to look at this conservative, traditional, classical
Yeah.
art. Who painted this picture? Well, Mom, saintly wife.
Of course, I am promoting my wife's artwork
Very successful.
on
In fact, she is one
TV.
of the leaders of the current movement to go back toward classical art. As I say, natural realism. It is real art. Not only is she a good painter, but she went to school.
That is not realism.
Okay, so his wife's a real artist and she teaches and mentors. Let's check it out.
That is fake setup art. That's not real realism.
Because that's what art was. Now art's a lot of different things. So we settled on this term classical
That's,
realism to try to differentiate it from
Classical or naturalism.
expressionism and impressionism
No.
and all those other things.
Yeah, because it's not what it is that makes it different from something. It's what you call it.
Now site size comes into the training in a really important way because
Well, never mind about that.
basic
It's
shapes and
staged
colors.
art. It's not realism.
Never mind about
It's
that
staged.
I can paint my subject in exactly the size that it appears in my site. Of several colors, so I start over here. And that's fine. It's a certain look, and a lot of people paint that way. I'm going for naturalism. And
There
so
you
I
go.
want
Now you're using the
objects.
right terminology.
I want them to be
Naturalism, not
three-dimensional. I want
realism,
that to be
because
infinite.
that's not realism. That's staged art.
Hunter Biden's art. I think that blowing paint through a straw onto a canvas or piece of paper in your pool house is probably the lowest bar in terms of what counts as art these days. And they're obviously buying these things for an exorbitant amount of money.
So you're going to say an Aboriginal who's making dot paintings
I mean, not for 500,000.
is not
For
art
$1.50.
because him
If
blowing
that's
through a
painting of any
straw
size,
is
the
gimmicky.
materials at least start to be maybe something like $100. And it doesn't
$500,000 though?
hideously ugly. Seems like so many other things. Why not? Maybe not $500,000, but again, why not?
The only way you could sell it for $1.50, it's such garbage, is because you're your father's son, and your father happens to be the president.
Yeah,
That's
his
true.
dad is not
Why
making
be
his paintings
prejudiced
though.
against an artist because his father happens to be the president. So I don't think that's fair.
No, people dumping money into the art market to inflate prices, that's a whole nother
As
thing.
well as an art story, is it not?
Well, it's mostly a political story because with art, you know this, Larry, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Some people prefer stuff that others would say is crap.
Was a truer word ever spoken, particularly in our day and age?
I'm not going to wade into the art battle here.
That's right. This show is all about attacking Hunter Biden and how he's corrupt. I get that.
Yep.
I want to talk about the art.
I have no comment, Larry, on the art itself. I do
Yep,
have a comment,
it's
which
the
is,
art.
if his name were Hunter Smith, and he put this out there for sale, you know, if he got $50 for it, he'd be lucky.
I thought he said he wasn't going to wade into the art question.
I would say that these paintings are worth 500 grand, the same way that Hunter Biden was qualified enough in energy policy to make $83,000 a month from Burisma in Ukraine, right? It's
Well, that's true. But the same goes for all the other artists. They're qualified to make $500,000 on these paintings, the same way Hunter Biden is qualified in energy policy to make all this money from Ukraine. Now, here is what Hunter himself has to say about the value of his art. And I think it's perfectly fair what he's saying here.
Quote, I would be amazed if my art sold for $10.
There you go.
That you ever go about it is the idea that someone is attracted to your art, let alone that they would pay something for it. The Junior Biden said in an interview about his work in July, he said $10. I'd be surprised if he sold for $10. I do know enough to know that the value of an artist's work is not necessarily determined by the price, he added, but the price is completely subjective and sometimes has nothing to do with anything other than the moment.
What can you say? On the one hand, it's obviously a corrupt scam, but he's just like all the other artists in running a corrupt scam. So he's well positioned to do this thing, so he exploits it. And so then there's women and men artists who are making their way in the art world on the casting couch, and that's a big thing. And then there's this whole business of using art as tax shelters and so on. That's probably what's going on with
Yep.
art
Yep.
outfists. So, it's not about art. Now that doesn't mean that
What he's doing
Hunter's
is not.
paintings aren't good in some kind of way. They're just as good as a million other things. They're perfectly aesthetic.
He's putting the time and effort into it.
Perfectly decorative. They would
Yep.
fit right into a certain decor or an other decor of some kind.
Yep.
There's nothing wrong with these paintings. I mean, in terms of contemporary art, they're fine. They're not cheesy and cheap. They're serious in the way this kind of art can be serious. And what do you want? All right. What about Judith Kudlow's paintings?
Staged. Classical realism.
She's
She's
perfect
good.
classical realist.
Good.
Check it out.
Catch,
It's exactly
classical
like
naturalist.
classical realist art.
It's
At least
not realism.
Hunter Biden's art is identifiable as his. And I don't think that's a artistic quality, but it's a quality anyway. Okay, so she makes these realistic looking things. So how much are they worth?
Paul,
Here's how much they're
I
worth.
wish you would say natural, not realist.
These aren't
They're
worth
staged
$1.50.
artworks.
Something's worth what somebody's going to pay for it. And the reasons that people pay for things, for instance, corruption, because you're trying to get a favor from the artist's father, or because that's going to buy you into something or other. That's a reason. It's not an artistic reason, but it's a reason. And in our day and age, when
Yay! Now we do the other hand.
to control their own
Yay! We do the other hand.
How
We
can
do
we
the other
be
hand.
morally indignant about this?
Morally indignant. You want more Paul talk. Want more Paul talk. Let's see. Oldest. I thought he was going to tear into Hunter Biden, but he was focused more on the art than the politics. So that's good. I appreciate that. Because his channel is about art, not politics. Even though he does bring politics into it sometimes, but not how people typically use politics to advance or put someone else down with. Okay, here's another one. Unities and space. This is only 5.5 minutes long, so let's see what it's about.
This is a little video which will make a lot more sense to people who have read my book, which will,
Well, I haven't read your book, so.
God willing, be available eventually. This is a little video from my friend Rich to talk about unities in space in painting. And this is a video at night, so it's just with the lighting I have here, so it's not a very good picture of my baptism painting. So there's a unity of light, for instance, and the lightest thing, if you squint your eyes at this, there's a cross that emerges.
Yep.
Jesus is
Okay.
in that cross.
Okay.
So that's this cross shape that goes from top to bottom and side to side.
What the hey? I keep finding holes in
That's
this.
light. In the upper parts, it's a cooler light, and as it comes down into the water, it's warmer. It's not quite like that in the original painting. The warmer colors are washed out.
The cool seems
That's
right
light.
in the center of the where the
Then-
two
There's another unity of
segments cross.
warm middle tone shapes, which starts, let me see if I can, starts here and goes through here, through all these people.
All right, let's go
Now,
back to fixing
The
this.
unity of the cross, what's in the background there, this part and this part, they're in the background. But then when they come down here, they come forward. So it's a flat cross on the surface.
Yeah, it looks like
but
blood at the
part
bottom.
comes forward.
Blood in
And
the
then
water.
this other unity here, this part is far back, and then it comes forward like this.
I know you guys
And
can't see
if you're
that
thinking about the
'cause
people,
it's
well,
angled.
they go in a circle around Jesus. It's not. I don't make a big deal out of it. This guy extends his hand here, and so there's a sort of a curve going around Jesus. And then there's this tree, which is in the foreground, closer to us than Jesus is. So this is this object in the foreground. So those are some of the elements. Then you could say there's another unity with this tree in the middle ground. And it sort of lines up with this stuff. So there's this sort of motion here, and then there's this motion here. And one is farther back, but it comes forward. See, as it comes down, it comes forward. So these are just a few of the elements that are things that are happening in the painting that start to tie it together. Now, in this painting, for instance, these figures form a kind of W. And the W, but it's made of elements that go in and behind each other and so on. So it's coming in and out.
More like a zigzag, I'm not sure.
And then there's the big diagonal from this guy's foot. Goes right up here. Which kind of, what that does is sort of ties those things together. And what's interesting about that is that some are near in space and some are far. That's all. It's no big deal. And then the top of this building coming down here. So again, things are tied together, but they're in different places in space. And then the sky is light, and this figure is a big patch of light. There's another patch of light over here. So certainly these two things are kind of unity. One is near and one is far. So it sets up a tension. And between them is darker stuff. In fact, these are really basic things which can happen automatically or unconsciously. But if you think about them, you can help them emerge and turn it into something. This is not quite the final cover of the book, but it will look something like this. There's an index at the end of all the artists mentioned. There's a glossary of jargon at the beginning, and there's a index of movements. And here is the table of contents.
Okay, you may have maybe sold me on your book. I might be interested in it. All right, let's see. Videos. Let's see, what's the next one? So this might be him talking about his book some more. 12 minutes and 42 seconds.
My friend Richard Leiter has been helping me out with my book, Art in the Age of Anxiety. Richard has started his own YouTube channel, which you can check out here. Some of the help he gave me was in the form of private videos, and he has given me permission to clip some of his comments.
So let me just give you a couple of thoughts I have about the rest of the book. I stopped at page 54 last time. Now I finished it, so let me give you a few more comments that I had.
Richard comments on some specific passages, but I thought I'd start this with a quick overview of the book. Here's the first sentence of the first chapter. When the word art is spoken, what is meant has certainly altered in recent times. So this book,
Oh my God, my pencil's about to die. Okay.
what has happened to art in the last few hundred years,
Let me kind of try and get this bit
how it
done.
used to be understood, what it's understood to be now, what these things really are, and this book tells you everything you need to know about it. Okay, so here are some of Richard's very nice comments.
I liked everything you said about Boucher, about how abstract he is. You know, it's like he did, you know, the representation, the figuration almost as an afterthought. Yeah, I mean, that's, I really like that. I mean, it's very, very, something I would have never thought of before. I liked, when we talked about Titian's portrait, I think of Charles or somebody on a horse, his form of propaganda versus David's Napoleon on a horse, and how even though Titian was kind of flattering to the sitter, it's propaganda, it's of a much more humane variety. It's not as public as the David, and that was very helpful. That was very, very useful contrast. I wonder if anyone ever remarks about that kind of thing in the conventional art books, in Jansen's World Art or something. And I also liked on page 133 when you were talking about how contemporary art is a sop for egalitarianism. I mean, same thing. I mean, that's it. I mean, my sentiments exactly. I mean, I think that even though people might be quite outraged or upset by that, I mean, I think it needs to be out there and for people to be reminded of that point of view. And also in a similar vein, and you'll have, I think, on page 138, you talk about how the socialist agenda blunts our sensibilities and destroys what there is to celebrate. I mean, that's it exactly. I was actually thinking, even before I read your book, of doing a podcast about how the main thrust of socialism in terms of art, or everything, but particularly art, is to dumb us down, to make us not be able to look inward, not be able to discriminate, to rank things, and of course the whole purpose of that is to, once we're stupid, once we're all been dumbed down, well, we make for easier marks, we make for easier slaves for the socialist agenda. I mean, that's basically what they want. They just want to keep us in line as zombies. And so this whole thing is this dumbing down process, as you hit the nail on the head, is a very big part of that, this whole cultural Marxism thing. So I like that a lot. On page 145, the greater the mastery, the more personality becomes clear. So personality is kind of a failing to achieve perfection. It's a personal weakness. That's something which is, I never hear anyone ever talk about that. I never hear that perspective. It's a wonderfully fresh perspective. It carries a lot of weight to it. I see a lot in that. And once again, I think that people should hear that. Now, on Fragonard, when you discuss Fragonard, you know, some of your sentences, as I pointed out in our emails, some of your sentences are a little, I don't know, I find them a little awkward or it's hard to understand them, but then there are others which are just beautifully expressed. You have a sentence here about Fragonard. I think it's on page 146. Fragonard, turning from heroes sure he could never
Okay,
be.
guys.
Rejecting the splendid
This might be about the time where I have to check to see if my wife wants me to get dinner started, because it's already 8:30 p.m. and I don't want to go too late. But I appreciate you guys coming through, hanging. I don't know if you're still there, Mega. Hi, 3 people watching, so I don't know if you guys are getting anything out of the drawings.
Now on page 169 and pages 170, I really liked your remarks on Picasso.
My
I've never heard anybody
fingers are okay, they could be
so
better.
pointedly and accurately.
But, you know, for what we did, it's not too bad. We will be moving on to the other side.
He's an idol, he's an icon, and that's it, over and over again. And I just love the way that you of course acknowledge the depths of his talent. But when you say things like Picasso treated painting like he treated women, loving for a time and moving on.
Yep.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Too much in a fast-moving world. He did not serve painting. He made painting serve him. Again, great. I mean, I've always felt that about Picasso, even before I made your acquaintance. You know, Picasso, as you said, I mean, Picasso always has to be on the cutting edge. So this new notion of originality.
And you could see that with the rivalry between him and Henri Matisse. Why would you get jealous seeing somebody's painting and have to outdo them? But I guess that's human.
And of course, the last thing, you go out with a bang there. You say he was lost in a solipsistic dream, where he was still piping the rats out of Hamelin, when all he was doing was printing money. Yeah, some people don't get that, but that's it. Wonderfully put, inspired critique.
Come on, any artist that's
Picasso, I think. I like the distinction you make between Monet's cathedral being very, just, you know, purely cold and limited to its optical to light effects. And when you, and I thought that was very helpful. When you can.
All right, guys, hold on a second. My wife is calling me. Alright, guys. This is gonna be the end of the stream because I gotta make dinner. But I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me. Mega, thank you. Glad you got to catch a stream, hang out, chit chat, all that. But I don't know if I'll be back on tonight. I think I'm just gonna continue working offline unless for some reason I get an itch to live stream it. I don't have to work tomorrow, so I will be back on tomorrow to continue working on this stuff here. If I don't already have this page done by tomorrow, but I doubt that. I'll probably get these characters mostly finished. The woman and the guy. The dog I might hold off on, or just to get this page done. And once I finish this, there are 2 more pages left to do. This one I just have to do the dogs, and this page I have to do everybody except for the cats. So with that said, thank you guys for joining me. Mega, have a good night. Not sure if you're still there listening or not, but everybody else that came through, who did we have that came through? We'll give you a shout out. One last shout out. Random Oddities, yeah. Thanks, Random. Oh, and Joe Madad. Thank you guys for dropping by and chat. I appreciate you. And thanks anybody who's following and liking the channel. This is what we do. Live stream, making stuff. So eventually I'll be done with the book, this digital book, or not digital book, but digital created artwork for the book. And I can move on to working on my own stuff, whether it's digital or traditional. But yeah, thanks y'all for hanging out, and I hope to see you again soon. And until next time, bye for now. Bye, everybody.